It was supposed to be a solo camping trip, a chance to disconnect and reset. I'd been feeling burnt out from work, from the constant ping of notifications, and from the everyday grind that seemed to suck the life out of me. The thought of getting away to the middle of nowhere was exactly what I needed. I'd planned it all out. A few days in a remote area of the forest. No cell service, no distractions. Just me, my gear, and the wilderness. I'd chosen a spot about a 6-hour drive from the city, deep in the national forest. It wasn't a popular camping area, which was perfect. I wanted solitude. I packed my backpack with all the essentials: a tent, sleeping bag, a small camping stove, enough food for 4 days, a water filter, a first aid kit, and a map and compass. I double-checked everything before I left, making sure I was prepared for anything, or so I thought. The drive out there was uneventful. As the miles passed, the urban sprawl gave way to rolling hills, then thick forests. The road turned from asphalt to gravel, then finally to a narrow dirt trail barely wide enough for my car. I parked at a small clearing where the trailhead began. There was no one else around. Perfect. I slung my pack over my shoulders and set off. The first day was everything I'd hoped it would be. The forest was alive with sound. Birds chirping, leaves rustling in the breeze, the distant trickle of a creek. I followed the trail for about 5 miles before veering off into the backcountry. My goal was to find a spot near the creek I'd seen on the map, a couple of miles off the marked trail. It was slow going, navigating through the dense underbrush, but I eventually found it. The creek was beautiful, its water clear and cold. I set up my tent on a flat patch of ground a few yards away and spent the evening cooking dinner and watching the sun dip below the treetops. By the time darkness fell, I was more relaxed than I'd been in months. That night, I slept deeply. The sound of the creek was soothing, and the air was cool but not cold. When I woke up, the sun was just starting to rise, casting golden light through the trees. I made coffee over my camp stove and sat by the creek, enjoying the stillness. I spent the day exploring the area, taking short hikes, and just sitting quietly, soaking in the peace. It was exactly what I'd needed. The second night, though, something felt different. I couldn't put my finger on it at first. Maybe it was the way the wind had picked up, rustling the leaves in a way that sounded almost deliberate. Or maybe it was the way the forest seemed quieter than it had the night before. I brushed it off as my imagination. Being out here alone was bound to make me a little jumpy, I told myself. I went to bed early, but sleep didn't come as easily as it had the night before. I kept hearing noises, twigs snapping, the rustle of bushes, the occasional low groan of a tree swaying in the wind. I told myself it was just the forest, animals moving about, the wind playing tricks. But then, just as I was starting to drift off, I heard something that made my blood run cold. It wasn't the sound of an animal or the wind. It was a sharp, distinct crack, like a heavy branch snapping underfoot. And it was close. I sat up in my sleeping bag, heart pounding. I listened, straining to hear over the sound of my own breathing. Another crack, closer this time. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent as quietly as I could. Shining the beam of light into the darkness, I saw nothing but trees and shadows. "It's just an animal," I whispered to myself. "Maybe a deer or a raccoon." But the sound had been heavy, deliberate, not the kind of noise a small animal would make. I sat there for what felt like hours, flashlight in hand, scanning the forest. Eventually, the sound stopped, and the forest seemed to settle. I crawled back into my sleeping bag, but I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I found footprints, human footprints. They were faint, but they were there, in the soft dirt near the creek. My stomach dropped. I'd chosen this spot specifically because it was remote. There shouldn't have been anyone else out here. I tried to tell myself they were old, maybe from a hunter or another camper who'd been here weeks ago. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The prints were fresh. I spent the day feeling uneasy, constantly looking over my shoulder. I debated cutting the trip short and heading back to the car, but I didn't want to overreact. I'd come out here to escape, to prove to myself that I could handle being alone in the wilderness. I wasn't going to let a few footprints ruin that. That night, I built a fire. It wasn't something I'd planned to do. I'd brought a small camp stove specifically so I wouldn't have to rely on a fire. But the thought of sitting in the dark, listening to the noises of the forest, was too much. The fire made me feel safer, even if it was just an illusion. I sat by the fire for hours listening, waiting. The forest seemed alive with sounds that night. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent my heart racing. But nothing happened. No footsteps, no voices, no signs of another person. I finally crawled into my tent, leaving the fire burning low. I told myself I was being paranoid. The footprints could have been old. The noises could have been animals. I tried to sleep, but my mind wouldn't stop racing. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I heard it again, the distinct sound of a branch snapping. This time it was followed by another sound, a low, guttural grunt. My blood turned to ice. That wasn't an animal. Couldn't be. I grabbed my flashlight and my knife, the only weapon I had. My hands were shaking as I unzipped the tent and shone the light outside. The fire had died down to embers, casting an eerie red glow. I scanned the darkness, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. And then I saw it, a figure just at the edge of the firelight. It was tall, broad-shouldered, and completely still. My flashlight beam barely reached it, but I could see enough to know it was a person. They were watching me. I froze. My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do. Run? Confront them? Stay put? Before I could decide, the figure stepped back into the darkness, disappearing into the trees. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in my tent, clutching my knife, jumping at every sound. As soon as the sun started to rise, I packed up my camp. I didn't bother eating breakfast or breaking down my tent properly. I just stuffed everything into my pack and started hiking back toward the trailhead as fast as I could. The hike back was a blur. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I was being followed. Every sound made me jump. By the time I reached the car, I was drenched in sweat and shaking with adrenaline. I threw my pack into the back seat and locked the doors as soon as I was inside. I didn't relax until I was miles away from the forest, back on the main road. Even then, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I never found out who that person was or why they were out there. Maybe it was just another camper, curious about my fire. Maybe it was someone with darker intentions. I'll never know. But I do know one thing. I won't be camping alone again anytime soon. It was supposed to be a simple getaway. I packed light, just my tent, some food, a first aid kit, and my hiking boots. The idea of solitude drew me in, escaping the constant buzz of my life back in the city. There's something about being alone in the wild that's both intimidating and freeing. The plan was straightforward. 2 nights by myself in a remote campsite by the lake, tucked deep within the forest. I'd done a few solo trips before, but something about this one felt different, though I shrugged it off as pre-trip nerves. The drive to the trailhead was uneventful, just miles of winding roads cutting through rolling hills. The air was cool and crisp, promising good weather. I arrived late in the morning, shouldered my pack, and started on the trail. It was a decent hike 6 miles in, but the path was well marked. The trail snaked through dense woods, the kind that absorbs sound and leaves you feeling isolated even when you know civilization isn't far. The first couple of miles were uneventful. Birds chirped high in the treetops, and every now and then, I'd catch sight of a squirrel darting through the underbrush. As I moved deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller and closer together. The sunlight barely pierced through the canopy, creating a dim, almost twilight-like atmosphere. It was quiet, too quiet. Even the birds seemed to fall silent as I ventured further in. I brushed it off as my imagination, a byproduct of being alone in unfamiliar surroundings. Around mid-afternoon, I reached the lake. It was beautiful, the water perfectly still and clear enough to see the pebbles lining the bottom near the shore. I chose a spot a little ways off the trail, close to the water but shielded by a cluster of tall pines. It felt secluded, exactly what I was looking for. Setting up camp was quick. I'd done it enough times to have the routine down. By early evening, I had my tent pitched, a small fire going, and dinner cooking. The quietness was comforting now, the kind of peace that's hard to find in the city. After eating, I sat by the fire, staring into the flames as the light faded. The night sky was incredible, a blanket of stars stretching endlessly above. There was no moon, just the faint glow of the Milky Way. I stayed up later than I'd planned, reluctant to leave the fire's warmth for the cold confines of my tent. Eventually, fatigue won out, and I crawled into my sleeping bag, leaving the fire to smolder. I fell asleep to the sound of the lake's gentle lapping against the shore. The first night passed without incident. I woke with the sun, feeling surprisingly well-rested. After a quick breakfast, I decided to explore the area. The lake was larger than it had seemed, with its shoreline winding out of sight. I followed a faint trail that hugged the water's edge, occasionally veering into the forest. It was peaceful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often, I'd stop and glance over my shoulder, only to see nothing but trees and shadows. It was late afternoon when I noticed the first oddity. A pile of rocks stacked neatly by the trail, like a small cairn. I hadn't seen it on my way in, and it didn't look like something nature would create. I stared at it for a while, trying to decide if it was worth worrying about. Ultimately, I decided it wasn't. People sometimes leave markers like this. Still, it left me with an uneasy feeling I couldn't quite shake. Back at camp, I spent the evening fishing by the lake. I managed to catch a couple of small trout, which I cooked over the fire. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, I felt a sense of calm return. The odd feeling from earlier seemed to fade with the daylight. I stayed by the fire again, letting its crackling warmth soothe my nerves. But when I turned in for the night, I made sure to double-check the tent zipper and keep my flashlight within arm's reach. I woke abruptly in the middle of the night, heart pounding. Something had stirred me, though I couldn't tell what. The tent was pitch black, save for the faint glow of the dying fire outside. I lay still, listening. At first, there was nothing but the usual sounds of the forest at night. The rustling of leaves, the occasional chirp of crickets. Then I heard it, a soft crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. It was faint but unmistakable. I held my breath, straining to pinpoint the direction. It seemed to be coming from the woods behind my tent. I've heard animals move around campsites before, but this felt different. The steps were deliberate, too heavy for a raccoon yet too light for something like a bear. They stopped, then started again, moving closer. My pulse quickened. I fumbled for my flashlight, clicked it on, and shone it through the tent fabric toward the sound. The beam was weak, diffused by the material, but it was enough to make the footsteps stop. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, flashlight on and ears straining, until exhaustion finally overtook me. Morning brought a false sense of relief. In the daylight, the fear of the night before felt almost silly. I convinced myself it had been an animal, a deer maybe, and nothing more. Still, I couldn't shake the unease completely. While packing up for a short hike, I found something that made my stomach drop. A single footprint in the dirt, just a few feet from my tent. It was faint but unmistakably human. My mind raced. Had someone been watching me? Why hadn't they approached or said anything? I debated cutting the trip short but decided against it. I come out here for solitude, and I wasn't going to let paranoia ruin that. I spent the day hiking further up the trail, keeping my eyes and ears sharp. The forest felt different now, less inviting. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig set my nerves on edge. I didn't see anyone, though, and by the time I returned to camp, I felt a little better. That night, I built the fire bigger than usual, letting it burn longer. I kept my hatchet close and stayed alert, ears tuned to every sound. The forest seemed unusually quiet again, as if holding its breath. I forced myself to stay up until the fire was little more than glowing embers, then retreated to my tent. Sleep came in fits, broken by every small noise outside. In the early hours before dawn, I woke again. This time, it wasn't footsteps that roused me, but a sound I couldn't immediately identify. It was faint, almost imperceptible, like fabric brushing against fabric. I froze, every muscle in my body tensed. The sound came again, closer. My mind raced through possibilities, none of them comforting. Slowly, I reached for my flashlight and turned it on, shining the beam toward the tent's entrance. Nothing. I held my breath, waiting. Then the sound again, this time from the side of the tent. I didn't wait to find out what it was. Adrenaline surged as I grabbed the hatchet and unzipped the tent in one swift motion, shining the flashlight into the darkness. The beam cut through the trees, illuminating nothing but empty forest. My breathing was ragged, heart hammering in my chest. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, scanning the woods. Finally, I backed into the tent, leaving the zipper undone, and sat with the hatchet in one hand and the flashlight in the other, waiting for dawn. As soon as the sun rose, I packed up camp. My hands shook as I stuffed the tent into my pack and doused the fire. The woods no longer felt like a place of peace. They felt hostile, foreign. I didn't take my time on the hike back to the trailhead. Every step felt like a race against something unseen. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something following me. But the trail remained empty. When I finally reached my car, I'd never felt such relief. I threw my pack into the back seat, locked the doors, and sat there for a moment, hands gripping the steering wheel. The forest was still, almost mockingly so. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been watched the entire time. The unease stayed with me for days, a gnawing sensation I couldn't quite explain. I've thought about that trip countless times since. I've tried to rationalize the events, convince myself it was just my imagination or a series of unrelated, explainable occurrences. But the footprint by my tent and the deliberate, human-like sounds in the night refused to be neatly filed away. I haven't gone camping alone since, and I'm not sure I ever will again. I'd planned the camping trip as a chance to reset. Life had been suffocating lately, and I needed to be alone, far from the hum of the city, away from people and their constant noise. So I picked a spot deep in the national forest. It was a place I'd found online, a trail that wasn't well known but had reviews that called it beautifully remote. The drive out there was long, a couple of hours on the highway, followed by a series of winding back roads that eventually turned to dirt. I lost cell service about 30 minutes before reaching the trailhead, but I downloaded the maps in advance. The forest was thick, the kind of green that seemed almost unnatural, and the air felt damp, even though it hadn't rained. When I finally parked, there wasn't another car in sight, just an empty gravel lot with a wooden sign marking the start of the trail. I double-checked my gear before setting out. Tent, sleeping bag, food, water, a small first aid kit, a flashlight with extra batteries, and a knife I always carried for these trips. It felt like I'd packed everything I could possibly need. The weight of the pack was familiar, comforting even as I started down the trail. It was a narrow path, winding through tall pines and dense underbrush. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt and the occasional rustle of leaves as a bird or squirrel darted away. About 2 hours in, I reached a clearing where I decided to set up camp. The spot was perfect. Flat ground, surrounded by trees for cover, and a small stream nearby for water. I pitched my tent quickly, setting up my little home for the night, then collected some wood for a fire. As the sun dipped lower, the temperature dropped, and I was glad for the warmth of the flames. I ate a simple meal, just some dehydrated food rehydrated with hot water, and sat staring into the fire as the forest around me grew darker. The first night was uneventful. I'd expected to hear animals, maybe the distant call of an owl or the rustle of something larger moving through the underbrush, but the forest was oddly quiet. It wasn't unsettling at the time. In fact, I found it peaceful. I crawled into my tent, zipped up the sleeping bag, and fell asleep almost immediately. The next day, I decided to explore the area. I left most of my gear at the campsite, taking only my knife, some snacks, and my water bottle. The trail continued past the clearing, climbing steadily upward, and I followed it for hours. The trees thinned as I gained elevation, giving way to rocky terrain and patches of open sky. Eventually, I reached a ridge with a breathtaking view. Rolling hills covered in forest, stretching as far as I could see. I sat there for a while, eating my snacks and enjoying the solitude. On the way back down, I noticed something odd. The trail I'd been following was well worn, but as I descended, I saw what looked like a second path branching off to the left. It wasn't marked on my map, and it didn't look like an official trail. The ground was disturbed, though, as if people or animals had walked it recently. I hesitated for a moment, then decided to check it out. I wasn't planning to go far, just far enough to satisfy my curiosity. The path was narrow and overgrown, winding deeper into the forest. It felt different from the main trail, darker, quieter. The trees here were older, their branches tangled overhead, blocking out much of the sunlight. I walked for about 20 minutes before I decided to turn back. The further I went, the less it felt like a good idea to keep going. The air was heavier here, and the silence was oppressive. When I got back to the main trail, I felt an odd sense of relief, like I just avoided something I couldn't quite name. I returned to my campsite as the sun was starting to set, the sky turning shades of orange and pink. I made another fire, ate another simple meal, and settled in for the night. That's when things started to feel off. It began with a sound, a distant crack like a branch breaking underfoot. It came from somewhere beyond the edge of the clearing, too far away to see anything in the darkness. I told myself it was just an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon. The forest was full of things that made noise at night. But then it happened again, closer this time. A deliberate snap, followed by the faint rustle of leaves. I stared into the darkness, trying to convince myself it was nothing. But the firelight only reached so far, and beyond that was an impenetrable wall of black. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every instinct told me to stay where I was, to keep the fire burning, but I couldn't sit there all night. Eventually, I forced myself to crawl into the tent, pulling the sleeping bag up to my chin. I kept my knife close, gripping it tightly as I tried to fall asleep. The next morning, I found footprints. They were just outside the clearing, in the soft dirt near the edge of the trees. They weren't mine, they were larger, the tread pattern completely different from my boots. I crouched down to get a closer look, my stomach twisting as I traced their path. Whoever had made them had walked around the perimeter of my campsite, circling it. I followed the prints until they disappeared into the underbrush, the trail fading into nothing. I spent the day on edge, my mind racing with possibilities. Maybe it was another hiker, someone who'd stumbled across my campsite by accident. But why hadn't they said anything? Why circle the camp in the middle of the night? The more I thought about it, the less sense it made. I considered packing up and leaving, but I'd planned to stay one more night. I told myself I was overreacting, that leaving now would be giving in to irrational fear. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. I stayed close to the campsite, gathering more wood for the fire and double-checking my gear. As the sun set, I lit the fire early, feeding it steadily to keep it burning bright. I sat with my back to the tent, facing the darkness, my knife resting on my lap. The noises started again just after midnight. This time they were louder, footsteps deliberate and heavy, moving through the underbrush. They stopped and started, pausing for long stretches before resuming. I couldn't tell where they were coming from. The sound seemed to echo, bouncing off the trees. My heart pounded as I scanned the darkness, straining to see anything beyond the firelight. And then, for the first time, I saw movement. It was brief, just a flicker of motion at the edge of the clearing. A shadow that darted between the trees, too fast to make out any details. I stood up, gripping the knife tightly, my breath shallow and fast. "Hello!" I shouted, my voice breaking the silence. No response, just more footsteps, circling the clearing, keeping their distance but never leaving. I stayed up the entire night, standing by the fire, my eyes darting between the trees. Whoever or whatever was out there didn't come any closer, but they didn't leave either. The footsteps continued until just before dawn, fading away as the first light crept over the horizon. I didn't waste any time that morning. As soon as the sun was up, I packed my gear, doused the fire, and started back down the trail. I moved quickly, my head on a swivel, constantly checking over my shoulder. The forest felt different now, its beauty overshadowed by a creeping sense of dread. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. When I reached the trailhead and saw my car, I almost cried with relief. I tossed my pack into the back seat, climbed in, and locked the doors before starting the engine. As I drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out of the trees. I don't know who was out there that night or what they wanted. I've thought about it a lot since then, replaying every detail in my mind. Maybe it was just another camper, someone who didn't know how to approach without being creepy. Or maybe it was something else, something darker. I'll never know for sure. What I do know is that I haven't been camping since. I still love the outdoors, but now I stick to day hikes and well-traveled trails. The thought of spending another night alone in the woods makes my skin crawl. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I'll hear a noise outside my window, a branch scraping against the glass, or the wind rustling the leaves, and my mind will go back to that campsite, to the sound of footsteps in the dark. I've learned to ignore it, to tell myself it's nothing. But deep down, I know I'll never forget the way it felt to be watched, alone in the middle of nowhere, with nothing but a fire and a knife to keep me safe. I don't know why I decided to camp alone that weekend. It's not like I'm some outdoors expert or anything. I mean, I've been camping before, but always with friends or family. I'm comfortable with the basics. Setting up a tent, starting a fire, making coffee in one of those little tin pots. But I'm no survivalist. Still, I had this itch, maybe just to prove something to myself, so I packed up my gear and drove out to a spot I'd read about online. Secluded, quiet, miles away from the nearest road. Sounded perfect. The drive itself took about 3 hours. The last leg was on a winding dirt road that kicked up so much dust I couldn't see out my rearview mirror. When I finally parked, the air felt heavy and still. Not eerie, just quiet. Too quiet, maybe, but I brushed it off. I grabbed my backpack, made sure I had everything I needed, and started the hike to the campsite. It was only about 2 miles in, but the trail was narrow and overgrown. Branches snagged at my sleeves, and the ground was uneven. I had to stop a few times to catch my breath and adjust the straps on my pack. When I reached the clearing, it was worth it. The trees opened up to reveal a flat patch of ground right next to a small lake. The water was so still it looked like glass, reflecting the sky and the dense forest on the other side. I set my pack down and just stood there for a moment, taking it all in. This was what I'd come for. Peace, solitude, and the kind of quiet you can't find in the city. Setting up camp took longer than I expected. The ground was harder than it looked, and driving the tent stakes in was a struggle. My hands were already sore by the time I got the fire pit set up. I'd brought a small bundle of firewood, but I figured I'd collect more later if I needed to. Once the tent was up and my sleeping bag was unrolled, I felt a little more settled. I even let myself relax a bit, sitting by the lake and skipping a few stones across the surface. The first night was uneventful. I cooked a simple meal, just some canned soup heated over the fire, and sat watching the flames until they burned down to embers. The stars were incredible, brighter, and more numerous than I'd ever seen. I crawled into my tent feeling content, even proud of myself for coming out here alone. I fell asleep to the sound of crickets and the occasional splash from the lake. The next morning, I woke early. The air was crisp, and the light had that soft, golden quality that only happens at sunrise. I made coffee and oatmeal, then decided to explore the area a bit. I followed a narrow trail that wound around the lake, keeping an eye out for any interesting plants or wildlife. About halfway around, I found an old, weathered sign nailed to a tree. The lettering was faded, but I could just make out the words, "Caution, wildlife area. Stay on trail." I shrugged it off. It wasn't like I was planning to wander too far. Still, the sign stuck in my mind. Something about the way it leaned, half rotted, as if no one had checked it in years. It made me wonder how often people came out here. By the time I got back to camp, the sun was high, and the day had warmed up considerably. I spent the afternoon reading and fishing by the lake. I'd brought a collapsible rod and some basic gear, and while I'm no expert, I managed to catch a couple of small fish. I cooked them over the fire for dinner, feeling a small surge of pride at having caught my own meal. It felt good, almost primal, like I was capable of taking care of myself out here. It wasn't until the second night that things started to feel off. I was sitting by the fire again, staring into the flames, when I thought I heard something. A rustling noise, faint but distinct, coming from the trees behind me. I froze, listening. The sound stopped. I told myself it was probably just a deer or a raccoon. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I turned on my flashlight and swept the beam across the trees. Nothing, just shadows and leaves. I went to bed earlier that night, but sleep didn't come easily. Every little noise outside seemed amplified. The wind through the trees, the creak of branches, the occasional splash from the lake. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, but when I held my breath and strained to listen, the sound was gone. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. Near the edge of the clearing, where the trees began to thicken, there was a patch of dirt that had been disturbed. It looked like something had been dragged through it. I stared at the marks, trying to make sense of them. They weren't deep, but they were long, as if someone had pulled a heavy object across the ground. My first thought was that it might be an animal. Maybe a deer had stumbled or something. But there was no blood, no tracks leading away. I spent the day feeling on edge. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made me jump. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just spooking myself out. But the feeling of being watched hadn't gone away. By the time evening rolled around, I was seriously considering packing up and leaving. But then I told myself I was being ridiculous. I'd come out here to prove I could handle being alone in the wilderness, and I wasn't about to let my imagination ruin it. That night, I kept the fire going longer than usual. I sat close to it, the warmth and light making me feel a little safer. Around midnight, I decided to call it a night. As I crawled into my sleeping bag, I made sure my flashlight and pocket knife were within easy reach. I told myself there was nothing out there to be afraid of, but I didn't entirely believe it. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. First, I didn't know what had woken me. Then I heard it. A sound like breathing, deep and slow, just outside the tent. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I lay completely still, barely daring to breathe. The sound continued, steady and unhurried. I reached for my flashlight, my hand shaking so badly I could barely grip it. When I turned it on and shone it at the tent wall, the breathing stopped. Just like that, it was gone. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I stayed in my sleeping bag, clutching the flashlight, my ears straining for any sound. The rest of the night passed in a tense, sleepless blur. When dawn finally came, I crawled out of the tent, my body stiff and aching from staying in one position for so long. The clearing looked the same as it had the day before, peaceful, untouched. But near the edge of the lake, I found something that sent a chill down my spine. A single, muddy footprint. It was larger than any human foot I'd ever seen, and the shape was strange, almost like a bare human foot, but the toes were longer, more spread out. I stared at it for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing. It didn't make sense. None of this made sense. I made the decision to leave right then and there. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could, my hands fumbling with the tent poles and straps. Every few seconds, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see something emerge from the trees. By the time I started the hike back to my car, the sun was fully up, but the forest still felt oppressive, the trees closing in around me. When I finally reached the car, I threw my pack into the back seat and climbed in, locking the doors behind me. I sat there for a moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel, my heart still racing. Then I started the engine and drove away, the tires kicking up dust as I sped down the dirt road. I don't know what I heard or saw out there. Maybe it was just my imagination, playing tricks on me in the isolation. Maybe there was a perfectly logical explanation for everything. But I haven't been camping since, and I don't think I ever will again. Whatever it was, real or imagined, it's a feeling I can't shake. That sense of being watched, of something lurking just beyond the edge of the firelight, waiting. And as much as I try to tell myself it was nothing, a part of me knows better. I don't think I'll ever forget the sound of branches snapping underfoot. It's not just the noise itself, but the way it echoes, sharp and unnerving, through the stillness of the woods. It makes your ears perk up, your heart thud faster. That's where it all started. A simple snap of a branch somewhere out in the darkness beyond the firelight. It was supposed to be a short solo camping trip. I needed to clear my head, get away from the noise of the city, the endless stream of notifications, and the general chaos that had been swirling around me for months. A weekend in the woods seemed like the perfect remedy. I'd found a spot about 4 hours from the city, a little patch of forest near a river, remote but not entirely off the grid. A few hiking trails crisscrossed the area, and the occasional camper or fisherman might pass through, but I wasn't expecting much company. That was part of the appeal. I packed light, a tent, sleeping bag, some basic cooking gear, and enough food and water to last me the weekend. I'd been camping plenty of times before, so I felt confident about handling myself. The forecast was clear, the temperatures mild, and I'd even triple-checked my gear the night before to make sure I hadn't forgotten anything. Everything seemed set for a quiet, relaxing trip. The drive out was uneventful. The road wound through rolling hills and dense forests, with only the occasional roadside cabin or gas station to break up the scenery. By the time I reached the trailhead, the late afternoon sun was slanting through the trees, casting long shadows across the dirt parking lot. I hoisted my pack onto my shoulders and started down the trail, the crunch of gravel under my boots the only sound for miles. The hike to my chosen campsite took about an hour. The trail was well marked but narrow, winding through thick stands of pine and oak. The air was cool and smelled faintly of earth and moss. Every now and then, I'd catch glimpses of the river through the trees, its surface glinting like polished steel in the fading light. When I reached the clearing, I was pleased to find it empty. It was a flat, open space bordered by tall pines on three sides, with the river running along the fourth. Perfect spot for a weekend getaway. Setting up camp didn't take long. I pitched my tent near the edge of the clearing, where the ground was smooth and dry, and gathered some rocks to form a makeshift fire pit. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I got a fire going and cooked a simple dinner of instant noodles and beef jerky. It wasn't gourmet, but it hit the spot. The sound of the river babbling nearby was soothing, and the fire's warmth chased away the evening chill. By the time the stars came out, I was feeling more relaxed than I had in weeks. The night sky was impossibly clear, the kind of sky you only see far from city lights. I sat by the fire for a while, sipping a cup of instant coffee and staring into the flames. The woods around me were quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze or the distant hoot of an owl. It was peaceful, exactly what I'd been hoping for. Then I heard it, a sharp crack, like a branch snapping, somewhere off to my left. I froze, my cup halfway to my lips, and listened. At first, I thought it might have been an animal, a deer or a raccoon, maybe. But then I heard another sound, softer this time, like footsteps crunching through the underbrush. I set my cup down and stood, straining my ears. The fire crackled, masking some of the quieter noises, but I was certain I'd heard something. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam across the trees at the edge of the clearing. The shadows danced and flickered, but I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Just trees and bushes, their leaves rustling faintly in the breeze. It's nothing, I told myself, just your imagination. I sat back down and tried to shake off the unease, but the feeling lingered. My eyes kept drifting to the dark line of trees at the edge of the firelight, and every little noise made me jump. Eventually, I decided to call it a night. I doused the fire, double-checked that my food was stored securely, and crawled into my tent. The nylon walls felt thin and insubstantial, but I told myself I was being paranoid. I zipped up the tent, settled into my sleeping bag, and closed my eyes. Sleep didn't come easily. Every creak and rustle outside seemed amplified in the silence. At one point, I thought I heard voices, faint and distant, like they were carried on the wind. But when I sat up and listened, there was nothing. Just the sound of the river and the occasional chirp of a cricket. I must have drifted off at some point, because the next thing I remember is waking up to complete darkness. My fire had burned out, and the woods were utterly silent. No wind, no insects, nothing. And then there it was again. The sound of footsteps, closer this time. Slow, deliberate, crunching through the underbrush. My heart leapt into my throat. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking, and flicked it on. The beam sliced through the darkness, illuminating the inside of the tent, but it did little to calm my nerves. The footsteps had stopped, but I could still feel a presence. Something out there, just beyond the thin walls of my tent. I waited, holding my breath, but the footsteps didn't start again. After a few minutes of silence, I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe a deer had wandered close and then bolted when it caught my scent. Or maybe it was just the natural creaks and groans of the forest settling in for the night. Either way, I didn't hear anything else for the rest of the night. The next morning, I woke up to sunlight streaming through the tent walls. The unease from the night before had faded somewhat, and I decided to stick to my original plan. I spent the day exploring the area, following the river upstream and snapping photos of the scenery. The woods were beautiful in the daylight, full of dappled sunlight and the earthy smell of pine needles. I even found a small waterfall about a mile from my campsite, its clear water tumbling over mossy rocks. It was the kind of peaceful, idyllic scene that made you forget your worries. By the time I got back to camp, the sun was sinking low in the sky. I cooked another simple meal over the fire and tried to relax, but the sense of unease was creeping back. As darkness fell, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the clearing, but there was never anyone there. That night, the footsteps came again, louder this time and closer. They circled the clearing, slow and deliberate, as if whoever or whatever was out there was trying to make their presence known. I sat up in my sleeping bag, clutching my flashlight like a lifeline, and listened. The footsteps would stop for a few moments, then start again, always moving, always circling. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just sat there, flashlight in hand, staring at the tent walls and jumping at every sound. By the time the first rays of sunlight broke through the trees, I was a nervous wreck. I packed up my gear in record time, dousing the fire and stuffing everything into my backpack. I didn't bother with breakfast. I just wanted to get out of there. The hike back to the trailhead felt much longer than it had on the way in. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves made me whip around, expecting to see someone following me. But the trail behind me was always empty. By the time I reached my car, my nerves were shot. I threw my pack in the back seat, locked the doors, and drove off without looking back. It wasn't until I was miles away from the campsite, back on the highway and surrounded by other cars, that I started to feel safe again. Even now, I can't say for certain what happened out there. Maybe it was just my imagination, amplified by the isolation and the darkness. Or maybe someone really was out there watching me. All I know is that I won't be going back anytime soon. Some places, no matter how beautiful, just aren't worth the risk. I always loved camping. There's something about being out in the wild, away from the noise of the city, that feels freeing. The sound of the wind brushing through the trees, the smell of damp earth, and the crackle of a campfire. It all made me feel alive. So, when I planned a solo camping trip to a remote part of the national park, I was excited. It wasn't my first solo trip, and I considered myself experienced enough to handle whatever nature threw at me. The drive took about 4 hours from my apartment to the edge of the park. Once there, I parked my car in a designated lot and hiked a couple of miles to find the perfect spot. A small clearing near a creek, surrounded by towering pines. The air was crisp, the kind that fills your lungs and makes you feel awake. I set up my tent, laid out my gear, and started gathering wood for a fire. I spent the first few hours exploring the area. The creek flowed steadily, its clear water reflecting the sunlight like shattered glass. There were no other campers in sight, which didn't surprise me. This part of the park was less popular, mostly visited by seasoned hikers and campers who didn't mind the isolation. That was part of the appeal for me. I wanted peace, a break from the constant hum of life back home. As the sun began to set, I lit the fire and cooked a simple meal. The warmth of the flames felt comforting against the evening chill. I leaned back on a log and stared up at the sky. The stars were starting to appear, tiny pinpricks of light in the growing darkness. I could hear the faint rustle of leaves, the occasional chirp of a bird settling in for the night. It was perfect, but that night, I woke up to a sound that wasn't so peaceful. It was faint at first, like a low hum or buzz, almost mechanical. I sat up in my sleeping bag, straining my ears. My first thought was an animal, maybe a raccoon rummaging around my campsite. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The fire had died down to glowing embers, casting a faint orange light across the clearing. Everything looked still. The sound continued, though, and it was coming from deeper in the woods. Against my better judgment, I stepped out of the tent, the cold air biting at my face. I turned on the flashlight and swept it across the trees. Nothing, but that hum persisted, steady and strange. It wasn't natural. I've heard plenty of animals in the wild, but this was something different, almost human-made. Curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed my jacket and boots, then set off toward the noise. The beam of my flashlight bounced with each step, illuminating the dense forest ahead. The sound grew louder as I walked, and I started noticing subtle things that didn't sit right. The ground felt disturbed, like it had been recently dug up in patches. A faint metallic smell hung in the air. It was unnerving, but I kept going. Eventually, I reached a small clearing where the trees thinned out. In the middle stood what looked like an old hunting shack. I hadn't seen it earlier during my exploration, which was odd because it wasn't far from my campsite. The hum was louder now, definitely coming from the shack. It was run down, with peeling wood and a sagging roof, but it didn't look abandoned. The ground around it was trampled, and there were faint tire tracks leading away into the woods. I hesitated. My gut told me to turn back, but my curiosity was louder. I stepped closer, my boots crunching on the uneven ground. The hum stopped abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence. That's when I saw it. A faint glow coming from one of the windows, like the light of a screen or monitor. Someone was inside. I crouched behind a tree, my heart pounding in my chest. What was someone doing out here in the middle of nowhere? And why did it feel so off? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a hunter or a researcher. Maybe they had equipment that made the strange noise. But then I noticed something else. A faint trail of smoke rising from a barrel near the shack. It smelled acrid, chemical, not like a campfire or anything natural. I'd seen enough. My instincts screamed at me to leave. Slowly, I backed away, keeping my flashlight off to avoid drawing attention. The forest seemed darker now, the trees pressing in on me as I retraced my steps. My pulse thundered in my ears, drowning out the normal sounds of the woods. I made it back to my tent and crawled inside, zipping it up tight. I sat there in the dark, clutching my flashlight, listening for any signs that I'd been followed. But the forest was silent, too silent. No rustling leaves, no chirping insects, just nothing. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every little sound made me jump. The crack of a twig, the rustle of a breeze. It all set my nerves on edge. But eventually, exhaustion took over and I drifted off. When I woke up, the sun was just starting to rise, casting a pale light over the forest. I decided to pack up and leave. Whatever was going on out here, I didn't want to stick around to find out. As I broke down my tent and stuffed my gear into my pack, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the clearing. But there was no one. The hike back to the parking lot felt longer than it had coming in. Every shadow, every rustle of leaves put me on high alert. I kept my knife within reach just in case. When I finally reached my car, I felt a wave of relief. I tossed my gear in the back, got in, and locked the doors. As I started the engine and pulled out onto the dirt road, I couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror. The forest loomed behind me, dark and uninviting. A few miles down the road, I saw something that made my stomach drop. Parked on the side of the road was an old, beat-up truck. The kind that looked like it had been around for decades. Its bed was filled with barrels, the same kind I'd seen near the shack. There was no one inside, but it looked like it hadn't been there long. The engine was still ticking, cooling down after being shut off. I didn't stop. I didn't even slow down. I kept driving, my eyes fixed on the road ahead. I didn't feel safe until I was miles away, back on the main highway with other cars around me. I never reported what I saw. What would I even say? I didn't have any proof, just a gut feeling that something wasn't right. To this day, I don't know who or what was in that shack, and I'm not sure I want to, but I've never gone back to that part of the park, and I've never camped alone since. The campsite was quiet. I'd driven hours from the city to find this little patch of wilderness. I wanted to be alone, just me and nature for the weekend. The air was crisp, the kind that hits your lungs with a clean, sharp chill. Tall pines surrounded me on all sides, their tops swaying slightly in the breeze. The smell of damp earth and wood smoke filled the air. My tent was pitched, the fire crackled softly, and I sat on a weathered log, stirring a pot of instant chili. The isolation was perfect. No cell signal, no voices, no distant hum of traffic. Just the occasional rustling of leaves, the call of a bird, or the snap of a twig. As the sun dipped behind the horizon, the forest shifted. Shadows stretched long and dark, and the world turned a deep shade of blue. I've been camping many times before, but something about the spot felt heavier. Not in a supernatural way, just like the forest itself was more alive here, more watchful. I ate quickly, the chili scalding my tongue. Nightfall was sudden, almost as if someone flipped a switch. I banked the fire a little higher, not out of fear, but out of practicality. The temperature was dropping fast, and the flames cast a warm circle of light around me. I sat back, staring into the fire, letting my mind drift. That's when I heard it, a faint snap of a branch, far off but distinct. I froze, ears straining. Could have been an animal. This was their home, after all. A deer maybe, or a raccoon scavenging. I waited, listening. The fire crackled softly, but beyond that, the woods had gone quiet. Too quiet. The usual hum of insects, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustling of leaves, all gone. My pulse quickened as I scanned the darkness beyond the firelight. Another snap, closer this time. I stood up, heart thudding in my chest. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness as I swung it toward the sound. Trees, just endless trees, their trunks pale and ghostly in the artificial light. Nothing moved. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other nocturnal animal. They're curious. They wander. But something about the rhythm of the sounds, the deliberate pace, didn't sit right. I moved closer to the fire, adding another log. The flames leapt higher, their light reaching a little farther. I didn't want to overreact. This was the wild, and strange noises came with the territory. Still, I grabbed the hatchet from my pack and set it within arm's reach. It wasn't much, but it was something. The hours stretched on. The forest remained eerily silent, but there were no more sounds. I stayed up as long as I could, but eventually, exhaustion took over. I crawled into my tent, zipping it up tight. My sleeping bag was warm, and despite my unease, I drifted off till I woke up suddenly. Disoriented, I reached for my phone to check the time. 2:37 a.m. The forest was pitch black, the faint glow of the fire barely visible through the thin walls of my tent. My heart was pounding, though I couldn't remember why. Then I heard it again. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, and far too heavy to be an animal. They were coming from just outside the campsite. My breath caught in my throat as I lay perfectly still, ears straining. The steps paused, then resumed, circling the tent. Whoever it was, whatever it was was close enough that I could hear the crunch of leaves and the snap of twigs beneath their weight. I felt the hatchet beside me, still within reach. My mind raced. Should I call out? Stay quiet? Run? Every option seemed wrong. The footsteps stopped directly outside the tent. I could see a faint shadow cast by the dying fire, a shape that loomed and shifted slightly. My grip tightened on the hatchet. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. And then, silence. The shadow disappeared. The footsteps receded, growing fainter and fainter until they were gone. I lay there paralyzed for what felt like hours. When the first light of dawn filtered through the fabric of the tent, I finally moved. The campsite looked undisturbed, but I knew what I'd heard. There were no tracks, no signs of anyone or anything having been there. But the fire, which I'd left burning low, was completely out. Not smoldering, not a single ember glowing. Just cold ash. That wasn't right. I packed up quickly, heart still racing. As I loaded my gear into the car, I glanced back at the campsite one last time. The forest seemed normal again, alive with the sounds of morning birds and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I told myself it was my imagination, just the remnants of a bad night. The drive back to the city felt longer than it should have. Every so often, I'd glance in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following me. But the road was empty. By the time I reached home, the tension had begun to ease, replaced by a lingering sense of unease. I didn't go camping again for a long time, and when I finally did, I made sure it was with friends in a crowded campground. But sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I think about that night, about the footsteps, the shadow, the cold ash of the fire. I think about how close I came to opening that tent, to stepping out into the dark, and I wonder what I would have seen. It started as one of those camping trips you think about all year, the kind that's supposed to reset you, to ground you after months of staring at screens and grinding through long workdays. I had spent weeks planning this trip, scouring maps, picking a trail that wasn't too crowded but not completely desolate either. I wanted isolation, but not the kind that leaves you completely cut off. I had picked a spot about 20 miles into a national forest. The trail was well maintained but remote enough that I figured most casual hikers would avoid it. Perfect for some quiet nights under the stars. I packed light but efficient. A sturdy tent, a sleeping bag rated for cold nights, plenty of dehydrated meals, a water filtration system, and a first aid kit. I've been doing this long enough to know how important preparation is. You don't want to rely on luck out there. The hike in was peaceful. The weather was perfect, clear skies, a slight breeze, and just cool enough to make carrying a pack bearable. The trail wound through dense forests, the kind where the sunlight filters through the canopy in patches. Occasionally, I'd catch sight of a deer or hear the rustling of something small darting through the underbrush. It was quiet but alive, the way nature should be. By late afternoon, I reached the spot I'd marked on my map. It was a small clearing near a creek, just big enough to pitch a tent and set up a little campfire. The creek was shallow but fast-moving, the water clear enough to see the smooth stones on the bottom. I felt a little surge of satisfaction as I dropped my pack. This was exactly what I'd been looking for. Setting up camp took about an hour. The tent went up smoothly, and I gathered enough dry wood for a small fire. As the sun dipped lower, the forest seemed to shift. The birds quieted, replaced by the soft chirping of crickets. The air grew cooler, and the shadows stretched longer. I made a quick meal, a simple mix of rice and beans, and sat by the fire, letting the warmth soak into my skin. It was that kind of evening that reminds you why you go through the trouble of camping in the first place. The stars came out one by one, sharp and clear in the dark sky. The fire crackled softly, and the creek added a steady, soothing backdrop. I stayed up later than I planned, just staring at the flames and letting my mind wander. The first night was uneventful. I slept deeply, waking only once when the wind picked up and rustled the tent. It wasn't until the second day that things started to feel off. I spent most of the day exploring the area around the campsite. I followed the creek upstream for a couple of miles, finding little waterfalls and pools along the way. There were no trails out here, just raw, untamed forest. I kept track of my bearings, making sure I could find my way back without trouble. Around midday, I noticed something strange. It was a tree, a big, gnarled oak with a chunk of bark stripped away. At first, I thought it was natural, lightning, or maybe an animal. But as I got closer, I saw that the edges were too clean, too deliberate. It looked like someone had taken a blade and carved into it. Not deep, but enough to leave marks. There were scratches too, high up on the trunk, almost at eye level. They looked like claw marks, but too far apart to be from any animal I could think of. I'll admit it unsettled me. I've seen weird stuff in the woods before, old shelters, forgotten tools, once even a rusted-out car miles from any road. But this felt different. It wasn't just the marks. It was the feeling around the tree. The air felt heavier, the silence more pronounced. Even the birds seemed to avoid this spot. I moved on quickly, brushing it off as one of those oddities you find in the wild. But as I made my way back to camp, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often, I'd stop and listen, scanning the trees for movement. I never saw anything, but the sensation lingered. Back at camp, I tried to settle into the familiar rhythm of the evening, gathering wood, boiling water, cooking dinner. But the unease from earlier hadn't left me. The forest felt different now, less inviting. I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often, listening for sounds that didn't belong. The fire helped a little, its glow pushing back the darkness, but it wasn't enough to fully calm me. That night, I woke up suddenly. At first, I didn't know why. The tent was dark, the only sound the soft gurgle of the creek. But something had pulled me out of sleep. I lay there, heart pounding, straining to hear, and then I caught it. A faint rustling, just outside the tent. Not the wind, not an animal scurrying through the brush. This was slow, deliberate. I've never been the paranoid type, but in that moment, every horror story I'd ever heard came rushing back. I grabbed the knife I always keep by my sleeping bag and waited, barely breathing. The rustling moved, circling the tent. It wasn't loud, just soft steps on the forest floor. Whoever or whatever it was, they were trying to be quiet. I don't know how long I lay there, knife in hand, listening. Eventually, the sounds faded, swallowed by the night. But I didn't sleep again. I stayed awake, staring at the nylon walls of the tent, jumping at every little noise. The next morning, I found tracks around the campsite. They were faint, barely more than impressions in the dirt, but they were there. Human footprints, too big to be mine, and spaced in a way that suggested whoever made them was moving slowly, carefully. I debated what to do. Part of me wanted to pack up and leave, but another part argued that I was overreacting. Maybe it was another camper, someone curious who didn't realize how creepy they were being. The forest is big. It's not unheard of to run into someone even in remote areas. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out here. I decided to stay one more night, but to be extra cautious. I kept my gear packed, ready to leave at a moment's notice. I built up the fire more than usual, hoping the light would deter anyone from coming close. And I kept my knife and flashlight within arm's reach at all times. That evening was tense. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves had me on edge. I've never felt so aware of my surroundings, so hyper-focused on every little detail. The forest that had felt alive and welcoming just a day ago now felt like it was closing in on me. Around midnight, the noises started again. This time they were louder, closer, footsteps moving through the brush. I stood by the fire, gripping the knife so tightly my hand ached. I called out, hoping to scare off whoever it was, but there was no response. The footsteps stopped for a moment, then started again, circling the edge of the firelight. I'd had enough. I grabbed my pack, doused the fire, and started walking. I didn't care that it was the middle of the night or that hiking in the dark is dangerous. I just needed to get out of there. The trail was hard to follow in the dark, even with my flashlight. Shadows seemed to shift and move, playing tricks on my eyes. Every so often, I'd stop and listen. Sure, I heard something behind me, but when I turned, there was nothing. After what felt like hours, I reached a fork in the trail. I knew the left path would take me back to the main road, but it was longer and more winding. The right path was a shortcut, but it was less maintained. I hesitated for a moment before taking the right. I just wanted to get out as fast as possible. That's when I saw it. A figure, standing just off the trail, barely visible in the dim light of my flashlight. They didn't move, didn't say anything, just stood there watching me. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. I didn't wait to see what they would do. I turned and ran, not caring about the noise or the risk of tripping. I don't know how far I ran, but eventually, I saw the faint glow of headlights through the trees. The trail opened onto the road, and there, by some miracle, was a car parked on the shoulder. I sprinted toward it, waving my arms and shouting. The driver, a middle-aged man, looked as startled as I felt but didn't hesitate to let me in. As we drove away, I looked back at the forest, half expecting to see the figure standing at the edge of the trees. But there was nothing, just darkness. I never went back to that forest. I don't know who or what was out there, and I'm not sure I want to. All I know is that some places aren't meant to be found, and sometimes it's better to trust your instincts and leave. I never thought the woods could feel so endless. They were supposed to be peaceful, grounding even. That's why I planned this trip. 3 days to myself in the middle of nowhere. No cell service, no people, just me and the trees. It felt like the perfect escape. A chance to clear my mind and reset after months of stress. The hike in was uneventful. A well-marked trail led me to the clearing where I set up camp. The tent went up easily, and by mid-afternoon, I had my little site ready. Tent staked down, a small fire pit arranged with rocks, and my food hung safely on a tree branch a good distance away. The air was crisp but not cold, and the late autumn sun filtered through the trees in golden beams. I even found a small stream nearby, its water cold and clear. The first night was uneventful. I sat by the fire, eating my simple meal of instant noodles and trail mix. The crackling flames were the only sounds apart from the occasional rustle of leaves. It was almost too quiet at times, but I told myself that was the whole point, to get away from the noise. By the time I crawled into my sleeping bag, exhaustion from the hike set in, and I fell asleep quickly. The second day started off fine. I decided to explore the area more. There was no trail beyond my campsite, just raw forest. I marked my path as I went, tying small pieces of bright orange ribbon to branches every so often. It was slow going, the ground uneven, roots and rocks hidden beneath layers of fallen leaves. But it felt good to move, to sweat a little in the cool air. The forest was beautiful in its own way, the trees towering above, their leaves a patchwork of gold and brown. By mid-afternoon, I realized I'd wandered farther than I planned. My orange markers were easy to spot on the way back, but the sun was already dipping low by the time I reached camp. I hurried to gather firewood, making a mental note not to lose track of time again. As I arranged the wood in the fire pit, I noticed something odd. My food bag, the one I'd hung high in the tree, was gone. First, I thought maybe I'd hung it somewhere else and forgotten. But no, the rope was still there, dangling from the branch. The knot I tied was cleanly undone, and the bag was just gone. I scanned the ground around the tree, looking for any sign of it. There were no scraps of food, no torn packaging, nothing to suggest an animal had gotten to it. I told myself it must have been a raccoon or something clever enough to untie the knot without tearing the bag. Still, it left me uneasy. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The firelight didn't seem to reach far enough into the darkness. Every snap of a twig made me sit up straighter, my heart pounding. I told myself it was just the forest. Woods are full of sounds, especially at night. But it didn't help. I barely slept, and when dawn finally broke, I was already packed and ready to leave. The hike back should have been straightforward. I followed the same trail in, after all. But something felt off almost immediately. The markers on the trail seemed farther apart than I remembered, and some of them were missing altogether. At first, I thought maybe I'd just overlooked them in my rush. But as the hours stretched on, it became clear I was no longer on the same path. I tried retracing my steps, but it only made things worse. The forest all looked the same. Every tree, every rock, every fallen log. It all blended together into an endless maze. My map was useless without any landmarks to guide me, and my compass seemed to contradict itself, spinning slightly instead of pointing steady. To be why late afternoon, panic was setting in. I forced myself to stop and think. I had enough water for another day, maybe two if I rationed it. My food situation was worse, just a handful of granola bars left in my pack. I'd have to find my way out soon or risk serious trouble. As I sat there, trying to gather my thoughts, I noticed something strange. A small clearing up ahead, just visible through the trees. Relief washed over me. Maybe it was the trailhead or some kind of marker, but when I reached it, my stomach dropped. It wasn't a trailhead. It was my campsite. At first, I thought it was a coincidence. Maybe I'd stumbled upon another campsite that just happened to look like mine. But as I walked closer, I saw the fire pit, the stream, even the tree with the dangling rope where my food bag had been. It was my campsite, exactly as I'd left it that morning. Somehow, after hours of walking, I'd circled back to the same spot. I tried not to panic. The sun was setting, and I didn't want to waste what little light I had left. I decided to stay put for the night and try again in the morning. But the unease from the night before was back, stronger than ever. I felt exposed, vulnerable. Every sound seemed magnified, every shadow a potential threat. I kept the fire going as long as I could, but my wood supply dwindled quickly. By midnight, it was just embers, and I was alone in the dark. The next morning, I set out again, determined to find the trail. I marked my path carefully, double-checking each marker before moving on. But no matter how far I walked, the forest never changed. Hours passed, and I saw no sign of the trail. Worse, I started to notice things I couldn't explain. A broken branch that looked freshly snapped, even though I hadn't touched it. Footprints in the mud that weren't mine, too large and too deep. The feeling of being watched was back, stronger than ever. I couldn't shake the sense that someone or something was following me. By the time I found the clearing again, I was too tired to feel anything but resignation. It was my campsite, of course. I'd somehow ended up back there for the third time. My legs ached, my throat was dry, and my stomach growled angrily. I sat down by the cold fire pit, trying to figure out what to do next. That's when I saw it. A small pile of stones, carefully arranged, right at the edge of the clearing. It hadn't been there before. I was sure of it. The stones were stacked neatly, too precise to be natural. My first thought was that someone else had been here, maybe while I was out trying to find the trail. But who and why? I didn't touch the stones. Something about them felt wrong, like they were a warning or a message I couldn't understand. I spent the rest of the day near the camp, too afraid to venture far. As night fell, I made sure to gather as much firewood as possible, determined to keep the fire going until dawn. That night was the worst yet. The sounds in the woods were louder, closer. I swore I heard footsteps at one point, slow and deliberate, crunching through the leaves just beyond the firelight. I called out, my voice shaking, but there was no response, just the crackle of the fire and the endless rustle of leaves. When morning came, I felt like a shell of myself. My water was almost gone, and I was down to my last granola bar. I knew I couldn't stay another night. I had to find a way out, no matter what. I decided to follow the stream, reasoning that it would eventually lead to a larger body of water or a road. It was a gamble, but I had no other options. The stream was slow and winding, cutting through the forest in lazy curves. The going was tough, the ground muddy and uneven, but I pushed on, ignoring the ache in my legs and the gnawing hunger in my stomach. Hours passed, and I began to lose hope. The stream showed no sign of widening or leading anywhere useful. Just as I was about to turn back, I heard it, the faint hum of an engine. My heart leapt. I followed the sound, stumbling over roots and rocks in my haste. The noise grew louder, and soon I saw it. A dirt road cutting through the trees, a pickup truck rumbling down it. I ran out into the road, waving my arms and shouting. The truck skidded to a stop, and the driver, a middle-aged man with a look of concern, jumped out. He gave me water and a granola bar from his glove compartment while I explained what had happened. He said the area was known for being easy to get lost in, but he'd never heard of anyone ending up back at their campsite multiple times. He offered to drive me to the nearest ranger station, and I gladly accepted. As we drove away, I looked back at the forest. It seemed so ordinary, just a tangle of trees and shadows. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it had been something more, something I couldn't explain. When we reached the ranger station, I reported the missing food bag and the strange pile of stones. But the rangers just shrugged. Animals, they said, or maybe another hiker playing a prank. I've thought about that trip often in the months since. I still don't know what happened out there, and maybe I never will. But one thing is certain. I won't be going back into the woods anytime soon. It was the kind of camping trip where you're supposed to feel free. No phones, no emails, no distractions. Just you, the trees, the air, and the quiet of the wilderness. But by the time we set up our tent, something felt off. The campsite we chose wasn't far from the trailhead. Not too deep into the forest, but just far enough that we couldn't hear any cars or voices from the outside world. There was no one around. Not that it mattered, we liked the peace, the solitude. But after we had built the fire and sat down to dinner, the silence felt strange. Not peaceful, but heavy. I didn't say anything at first, just tried to ignore it. We roasted marshmallows and joked like usual, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. It was the quiet, it wasn't like the usual forest sounds. No rustling in the trees, no chirping crickets, not even the occasional scampering of small animals. Just stillness. And that's when it hit me, the woods around us seemed empty. As night fell, the shadows stretched longer than they should have. The fire flickered, casting strange shapes that danced on the walls of the tent. I told myself it was nothing, that I was just imagining things. But then, something cracked in the distance. A branch breaking, something big moving through the woods. At first, I thought it was a deer, maybe a bear, something natural. But as the sounds grew louder, it felt wrong. Whatever it wasn't moving like an animal. It was deliberate. Heavy footsteps, thumping. Pause. Then more thumping, getting closer. I grabbed the flashlight from the bag and clicked it on, the beam slicing through the darkness. My heart raced, but I tried to keep calm. I was the only one who had heard it, and I didn't want to scare the others for no reason. The last thing we needed was to panic in the middle of nowhere. It stopped just at the edge of the clearing, on the edge of the trees, just beyond the range of my flashlight's beam. I listened intently. The only sound now was the crackling of the fire and my heartbeat in my ears. I waited. 10 seconds, 20. Nothing. Just silence again. But that's when I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, something shifted in the shadows. It wasn't an animal. No, it was too big, too unnatural. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. The thing was tall, hunched, almost like a person, but wrong in so many ways. It didn't move like a person. Its limbs stretched too far, like it was too big for its own body. I wanted to shout out to the others, to warn them, but the words wouldn't come. The thing in the shadows didn't seem to notice me, but every instinct in my body told me to stay still, to not make a sound. After what felt like an eternity, it turned, slowly, and disappeared into the trees, moving in a way that didn't belong in nature. I couldn't stay there, not after that. My mind was racing. I tried to act normal, to shake it off, but the air felt thick. I turned to look at the others, who were still laughing, not aware of what had just happened. I didn't want to ruin the trip for everyone, so I decided to keep it to myself. For now. But that night, I couldn't sleep. Every little noise outside the tent had me on edge. Every shift in the wind, every snap of a twig, felt like it was coming for us. I lay there, tense and wide awake, listening. The air outside felt too still, too quiet. That deep, heavy silence again, pressing in. Hours passed, and the fire outside had long since burned down to embers. Still, I stayed awake, straining my ears for any sign of movement. Then, at the peak of the night, there was a sound. A low, guttural growl. It was close, too close. I jumped out of my sleeping bag, my breath coming out in ragged gasps. I reached for the flashlight again, but it wasn't there. I looked around the tent, my eyes frantic. My hands shook as I searched the pockets of my bag, but there was nothing. The growl came again, closer now, just beyond the walls of the tent. Without thinking, I unzipped the door of the tent, peeking outside. There was nothing, just the trees, the dark sky, and the remnants of our campfire. But then there, on the ground, just a few feet from where I stood, fresh tracks. They were deep in the earth, wide, and strangely shaped, like nothing I had ever seen before. The tracks were larger than a man's, too large for anything natural. The pattern wasn't random either. It was deliberate, like someone or something had been walking around our campsite. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I stepped back into the tent, making sure the zipper was fully closed. I tried to wake the others, but they were in a deep sleep, oblivious to everything. I couldn't sleep at all that night. The growling continued, a low, echoing sound that seemed to circle our campsite. It didn't stop until dawn. When the first light of morning crept over the horizon, I knew we needed to leave. I didn't know what had been out there last night, but whatever it wasn't anything I wanted to encounter again. I shook my friends awake and told them it was time to go. We packed up quickly, trying to move as fast as possible without drawing attention to ourselves. The entire time, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us, that we weren't alone. The air felt different now, lighter somehow, but I couldn't bring myself to relax. As we made our way down the trail and back to the car, I glanced over my shoulder a few times, half expecting to see something following us. The woods were silent again, almost as if nothing had happened. We made it back to the car without any further incident, and when we drove away, I felt a weight lift off my chest. But I couldn't forget the tracks, the growl, or that strange, hunched figure in the trees. In the end, we all agreed it was a bear, a really big one, and that we had overreacted. Maybe it was a combination of exhaustion, stress, and the isolation of the woods. But deep down, I knew something had been out there. Something that wasn't just a bear. Whatever it was It wasn't something I wanted to face again. I still go camping now and then, but I'll never forget that night. I never thought a weekend camping trip could change me. I was never the type to get freaked out over little noises in the woods, the sounds of animals stirring in the dark, or the rustling of leaves. I liked the outdoors, enjoyed the fresh air, and the quiet of nature. It was supposed to be just another simple trip. But that night was different. It started on a Friday evening. I decided to go camping alone, something I had done before without a second thought. I didn't want company, just wanted some time to think, to breathe, and to get away from everything. I knew a spot about a 2-hour drive away from the nearest town, a small, secluded clearing near a river with a small lake nearby. It was perfect. I had been there before with friends, but this time I wanted solitude. The sun was setting when I reached the campsite. The sky was painted with hues of orange and pink as the sun dipped behind the trees. The air was cooling, and I could hear the rustling of the forest around me. I set up my tent near the edge of the river, unpacked my gear, and started a fire. The crackling sound of the flames was comforting, and the warmth it offered contrasted with the crisp air. I sat back on my camping chair, roasting marshmallows and letting the day fade away. As night fully took over, I settled into the tent, zipped it up, and lay down on my sleeping bag. The sounds of the forest were constant. Crickets chirping, the occasional splash from something moving in the river, the distant hoot of an owl, but nothing that seemed unusual. At some point during the night, I woke up. I wasn't sure what had disturbed my sleep, but I felt uneasy. The usual sounds of the forest seemed quieter. The wind had died down, and there was a strange stillness in the air. It was as if something had changed. I lay there for a few moments, trying to brush off the feeling and get back to sleep. Then I heard it, a distant crack, like a twig snapping, not the kind of noise an animal would make. This sounded like someone deliberately stepping on something. It was faint, but it was clear enough to get my attention. I lay still, listening intently, hoping it was just a deer or some other animal. But then, there was another crack, closer this time. My heart rate picked up. I told myself it was probably another camper or someone walking through the woods, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I sat up slowly, trying to be as quiet as possible. The fire had burned down to embers, but there was enough light spilling from it to illuminate the area just outside my tent. I peeked through the mesh window. There was nothing, just the dark outline of trees against the faint glow of the night sky. I tried to calm myself. It was just my mind playing tricks. I lay back down and closed my eyes, determined to get some rest. But sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I could hear something. Footsteps, a branch cracking, the sound of something shifting in the underbrush. I waited. What seemed like hours passed before I finally heard something again. This time it was closer. There was no mistaking it. Someone was moving through the woods. I could hear the subtle rustling of leaves, the snapping of twigs, but there was no pattern to the movement. It wasn't like an animal scurrying around. It was deliberate, slow, as if whoever it was trying to remain unnoticed. I grabbed the flashlight beside me and slowly unzipped the tent. I had to know. If someone was out there, I needed to see them. I held my breath, hoping not to make a sound. As I stepped out of the tent, the night air hit me with a chill that sent a shiver down my spine. I aimed the flashlight in the direction I'd heard the sounds coming from. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing only trees and underbrush. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. My heart was pounding now, but I couldn't just stand there and do nothing. I moved a few steps forward, the beam of my flashlight slicing through the dark. Then I heard it, a soft, barely audible whisper of something moving, just beyond the reach of my light. It was too close for comfort, I froze. I had to make a decision. Should I call out? But what if I was just scaring myself over nothing? What if it was just a person out for a late-night stroll? But the longer I stood there, the more I felt a sense of wrongness. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I knew something wasn't right. I decided to head back to my tent, quickly. As I turned, I felt it, like someone was watching me. I didn't look back, couldn't. I darted inside my tent, zipped it shut, and lay there, still and silent. The night dragged on. Every little noise made me tense up, but I kept my eyes shut, trying to convince myself it was just the forest doing its usual thing. But I could feel the unease in my stomach, gnawing at me. By the time dawn finally came, I was exhausted. I hadn't slept a wink. The sun was rising behind the trees, casting long shadows over the campsite. I was so relieved to see the daylight that I almost didn't care about what had happened during the night. But something was different. The peaceful atmosphere I had once loved about camping seemed off. I packed up my gear quickly, trying to shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. I decided to head back to my car and leave. Felt like the safest option. The woods were too quiet now. No birds, no animals, just silence. As I walked toward the trail, I noticed something on the ground. It was small at first, easy to miss. A rock, perhaps? But as I got closer, I realized it was a piece of fabric, a ripped scrap of cloth. It was dark, maybe brown or black, and it had been torn from something. It wasn't the kind of thing I would expect to find in the middle of the woods. I felt a chill creep up my spine. Who had been out here? And why had they left behind something like that? I picked it up carefully and stuffed it into my backpack, not sure what to make of it. I kept walking, my eyes scanning the forest, my heart racing. I couldn't stop thinking about the sounds from the night before, about the feeling that someone had been watching me. When I reached my car, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. I threw my gear into the trunk and climbed into the driver's seat. The forest felt distant now, like a memory I was trying to forget. As I started the engine, I glanced in the rearview mirror. There was nothing behind me. The road was clear. But just before I pulled out, I saw something. In the distance, just outside the tree line, was a figure. Someone standing still, watching. I couldn't make out any details, just a silhouette against the trees. I blinked. When I looked again, it was gone. I didn't wait another second. I drove out of that place without looking back. As I made my way home, the thought of what I had experienced lingered in my mind. I couldn't explain it. There were no answers, only questions. What had happened out there? Who had been out there with me? I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly avoided something real and unsettling. And though I didn't know exactly what it was, I was thankful to be leaving it behind. I've always loved camping. There's something about getting away from the noise of the world, leaving behind all the technology, and just being surrounded by nature. My friends and I did it a lot during the summer. It was a tradition, really. We'd pack up our gear, drive out to some secluded spot, and spend a few days hiking, fishing, and just hanging out around the campfire. This year, we decided to try somewhere different, a place deeper in the forest than we'd ever gone before. The day we arrived was warm, the kind of heat that lingers in the air even after the sun dips below the horizon. We parked at the edge of the trailhead, the dense trees looming like silent sentinels around us. It was a quiet place, no other cars, no sounds except the occasional bird or rustling leaves. Our plan was simple: hike in a few miles, set up camp near the river, and just enjoy the solitude. Felt perfect, like we were the only people left in the world. We grabbed our packs and began walking. The trail wasn't too difficult at first, just a gentle incline through the trees. But the deeper we went, the more the forest seemed to close in on us. The air grew thick with humidity, and the dirt beneath our boots became soft, almost spongy, as if it hadn't seen sunlight in ages. There were no sounds of animals, no squirrels scampering, no birds singing, just the occasional whisper of wind moving through the leaves. I remember thinking it was strange, but I brushed it off. Maybe the weather had something to do with it. After all, it wasn't like we'd made any special preparations or checked reviews of the area. We were just here for an adventure. About 3 hours into the hike, we reached the river. It wasn't the most scenic spot, but it was secluded, and that was exactly what we wanted. There was a small clearing where we could set up our tents, a fire pit already dug out. I felt a sense of relief seeing it. The camp was ready for us to settle in. We set up our tents and started gathering firewood. The sun was dipping below the treeline, casting long shadows over the camp. By the time we had everything set up, it was dark, and the only light was the flickering flame of the fire. We sat around it, cooking our dinner, talking about everything and nothing. It was peaceful, too peaceful, maybe. As the night wore on, the forest around us seemed to grow quieter. The usual sounds of crickets and rustling leaves were absent. The silence was unsettling. It wasn't until we were just finishing our meal that I started to feel it. A strange chill in the air, not from the cold but from something else. A pressure, like the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting. I shrugged it off at first, just my imagination running wild. But as we sat there, I noticed something else. Movement. It was hard to see in the dark, but every now and then, I caught a glimpse of something moving just at the edge of the firelight, between the trees. At first, I thought it was an animal, a deer or a raccoon, maybe, but when I looked more closely, I couldn't tell what it was. It was too big, too dark, and it was moving slowly, deliberately, like it was watching us. I wasn't the only one who noticed it. My friend Mike shifted uneasily in his seat, glancing at the trees. "Did you see that?" he muttered, his voice low, almost hesitant. I didn't answer, but I could feel the tension in the air now. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. We decided to head to our tents early. I wanted to brush off the feeling of unease, tell myself I was being paranoid. I didn't want to be the one to ruin the trip, but as I crawled into my sleeping bag, I couldn't shake the thought that something was wrong. The night passed uneventfully, at least on the surface. I must have slept because the next thing I knew, the first light of dawn was creeping through the thin fabric of my tent. The air was damp with dew, and the sounds of the forest were slowly returning. Birds were chirping, and I could hear the faint rush of the river nearby. I stretched, getting ready to roll out of bed, when I heard it, a soft, slow creak, the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the ground, not far from our camp. Heavy footsteps, too heavy for a deer or any animal I knew of. I froze, listening intently, trying to pinpoint where the sound was coming from. But it was silent again. No footsteps. I held my breath and listened, but all I could hear was the rushing water and the distant chirp of birds. I didn't want to wake the others yet. I told myself it was just the forest settling, maybe some animals moving through. But the unease was growing again, that feeling like eyes were on me. When I finally emerged from my tent, the air was cool, and the morning mist hung low over the forest floor. Mike was already up, sitting by the fire, staring into it like he was lost in thought. His face was pale, his eyes wide. "Hey, you okay?" I asked, walking over to him. He looked up at me slowly, his expression unreadable. "Did you hear it?" he whispered, barely audible over the sound of the fire crackling. I nodded slowly, trying to ignore the lump in my throat. "Yeah, what was that?" "I don't know," he said, his voice shaking slightly. But it wasn't just footsteps. It was like something was circling the camp. I swallowed, my heart beginning to race. I hadn't wanted to say it out loud, but now I was sure of it. We weren't alone. We decided to pack up early and leave. The mood had shifted, and we all agreed we had no interest in staying another night in this place. But as we were packing our gear, something caught my eye, something that stopped me dead in my tracks. Near the edge of the clearing, half hidden by some bushes, was a large, dark shape. It was a tent, not one of ours. There were no other campers here, I was sure of it. We'd walked for miles yesterday, and the only signs of life we'd seen were the animals. But there it was, a dark green tent, half collapsed, like it had been there for weeks. No fire, no signs of life around it. It was completely out of place in the middle of nowhere. Mike, sensing my hesitation, walked over to the tent with me. He crouched down beside it, inspecting the area. His eyes widened when he reached the back of the tent. There, stuck to the fabric, was a piece of what looked like torn clothing. A red shirt, frayed at the edges, stained with something dark. My stomach twisted in knots. Who the hell was here? I muttered, my voice barely a whisper. Mike didn't answer. He was already backing away, eyes scanning the trees around us, looking for movement. The pressure in the air was thick again, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. We needed to go. Now, without another word, we grabbed our things and started making our way back to the trail. Every crack of a branch, every rustle in the leaves made me jump. The forest felt different now, hostile, as if it knew we were leaving and it didn't like it. We didn't stop until we reached the car. I remember the relief flooding through me when I saw it, the safety of civilization just a short drive away. But as we pulled away from the trailhead, heading down the long dirt road that would lead us back to the main highway, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For just a second, through the trees, I thought I saw movement. A figure standing at the edge of the forest, watching us drive away. I told myself it was nothing, that I was just imagining things, that I was still on edge from the night before. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't been alone out there, that whatever we saw or didn't see wasn't the end of it. We didn't talk much on the way home. No one mentioned the figure in the woods. No one brought up the strange tent. But as I lay in bed that night, I couldn't help but wonder, who had been out there with us? And why had they left that tent behind? I never went camping in that area again. I always enjoyed camping, the peace of nature, the quiet nights under the stars, and the sense of freedom away from the noise of the world. But that night, in the woods near a remote lake, something changed. I didn't know it at the time, but it would be a night I would never forget. I had set up camp alone. A simple tent, a small fire, and my backpack with the usual gear. Nothing too complicated. It was supposed to be a weekend getaway, just me and nature. No distractions, no worries. The sun had set, and the forest around me was gradually swallowed by darkness. I had finished preparing my dinner. Nothing fancy, just some beans and rice. And now I was sitting by the fire, the warmth of the flames comforting me against the cool evening air. The forest around me was dense. Trees, thick with moss and the occasional broken branch, seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the occasional rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. It was peaceful, too peaceful in hindsight. I didn't know it then, but that would be the last time I felt at ease that night. As the hours passed, I settled deeper into the routine of camping alone. Reading a book by the fire, sipping water from my bottle, and enjoying the isolation. Around midnight, the temperature dropped. I threw on an extra jacket, the cold creeping in more than I expected. The wind picked up slightly, enough to make the fire flicker, but nothing too unsettling. It was just the wilderness doing its thing. But then I heard something. It was subtle at first, a soft crackling sound, like someone stepping on dry leaves, far off in the distance. I paused, listening closely, my senses suddenly heightened. The forest had its noises, of course, but this was different. It didn't sound like an animal or the wind. It was too rhythmic, almost deliberate. I turned my head toward the sound, but I couldn't see anything. The firelight didn't stretch far enough to reveal anything beyond the trees. I told myself it was probably just a deer or some other animal. But then the sound came again, closer this time. It was unmistakable, the crunching of leaves, the snap of a twig. I stood up slowly, my heart beating a little faster than before. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it in the direction of the sound, but I couldn't see anything. I told myself I was overreacting. Could be nothing. I sat back down and tried to calm myself, but the noise didn't stop. Came again, and this time it was unmistakably closer. I could feel my throat tighten, a growing sense of unease creeping over me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe someone else was out there, just another camper, maybe lost. The thought didn't comfort me, but it was a thought. It was better than thinking something or someone was creeping around my camp. Then, the unmistakable sound of footsteps crunched to my left, not far from the firelight. I snapped my head around, scanning the darkness with the beam of my flashlight. Nothing, just trees, no movement, but I heard it, the unmistakable sound of someone or something moving around, too close for comfort. I grabbed my backpack and rifle, a precaution I never thought I'd need. I stepped away from the fire, keeping to the edge of the light, trying to stay hidden in the shadows. My eyes darted around, trying to spot anything unusual, but the forest was too dense, too dark. It felt like the trees were closing in on me, the shadows swallowing everything. The footsteps stopped. I held my breath, trying to listen, trying to catch any sound, any clue. My mind raced, my body tense. Then I heard it again. This time it was unmistakable. There was someone walking around my camp. Not an animal, person. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just sit there. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to do something. But what? I considered making a run for it, but that would mean leaving all my gear behind. If I did that, I'd be out in the woods with no protection, no way to defend myself. The fire crackled as if mocking me, its warmth now nothing but a distant memory. I heard a twig snap to my right, and I spun, the beam of my flashlight catching a fleeting movement. Something was there. Someone, just outside my sight, darting between trees. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. I had no idea who it was or why they were out here, but I wasn't going to sit and wait to find out. My mind made up, I stood up quickly and began to move toward the direction I thought I had seen the movement. But the moment I took a step, I heard something that froze me in place. A voice, a low whisper. It was just loud enough for me to catch the words, but I couldn't make them out. My blood ran cold, my instincts screaming at me to run, to get out of there, but my feet wouldn't move. I stood frozen, the sound of my heartbeat in my ears. It wasn't just a voice, it was a voice coming from behind me. Close, too close. I spun around, my flashlight beam sweeping the darkness. I saw nothing, but I heard it, a shuffle of feet. It was right behind me. My breath caught in my throat, and I whirled back toward the fire. I had to make a decision fast, stay or run. I knew that if I ran, I might not make it far enough. And if I stayed, I was a sitting duck. But before I could make up my mind, I heard a loud crack, a heavy branch breaking behind me. I turned in an instant, and this time the flashlight caught something. A figure, tall, lean, covered in shadows, just standing there, watching me. I could see nothing but the outline of its shape, its movement. It didn't move. It just stood there. A second passed, maybe two, before I realized I had to act. I grabbed my rifle, aimed it toward the figure, and shouted, "Who's there?" My voice sounded harsh and panicked, but there was no reply. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, as if waiting for me to make the next move. I didn't hesitate this time. I ran, fast as my legs could carry me. I ran through the trees, not daring to look back. The flashlight bobbed in front of me, casting a thin, jittery light on the ground. I could hear the crunching of leaves behind me, but I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. My mind screamed at me to keep going. I didn't know how far I ran. Felt like miles. Felt like hours. But eventually, I stumbled onto a trail, an old dirt path. I wasn't sure how I had found it, but I followed it. I didn't stop until I saw the faint glow of headlights in the distance. A car, a truck, whoever it was, I didn't care. I ran toward it, my heart still racing, my breath ragged in my chest. When I finally reached the road, I collapsed against the car, gasping for air. The driver, a man in his 50s, stared at me in confusion. "You okay?" he asked, his voice gruff but kind. I didn't answer right away. Couldn't. My mind was still racing. I was still processing everything that had happened. When I finally spoke, it was just one sentence. "Someone's out there." The man frowned, but he didn't hesitate. He pulled me into the truck and sped off down the road. As we drove, I could still feel the presence of whatever had been in the woods, but I didn't say anything more. I was too exhausted to even try. My thoughts were clouded, but one thing was clear. Whatever it wasn't just a random hiker. It wasn't just an animal. Someone was out there, and I had been lucky to escape. We drove in silence for what seemed like hours, the lights of the truck cutting through the darkness. When I finally looked back at the woods, the feeling lingered. Something wasn't right out there, and I wasn't ever going back. I'd been camping plenty of times before. Nothing too extreme, just simple weekends in the woods with a tent, a sleeping bag, and enough supplies to last me a few days. But that trip, it was different. It was supposed to be just me and the wilderness. No distractions, no company. The quiet was supposed to be peaceful. I drove out to a remote part of the forest, far enough from the noise of town that you couldn't hear anything but the wind and the occasional bird. There was a small trail I knew about, not far from a creek, which led to a secluded clearing. Perfect spot to pitch a tent and set up camp for a couple of nights. When I arrived, it was just afternoon. The sun was high, the temperature was warm but comfortable, and the air smelled fresh, like pine and wet soil. I grabbed my gear and hiked down the trail, feeling the dirt crunch under my boots. The creek was in the distance, its sound barely audible from where I stood, but I knew it would get louder as I got closer. Setting up camp took no time at all. I had everything I needed: a tent, a small camp stove, a bag of dried food, a flashlight, a knife, and a first aid kit. I made sure to hang my food bag in a tree, out of reach of any animals, and as I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was just the isolation, or maybe I was being paranoid. After getting everything settled, I went down to the creek to wash my hands and fill up my water bottles. The sound of running water, the way the light filtered through the trees, it was calming. But then something caught my eye. There was a small clearing just on the other side of the creek, and I noticed a trail of disturbed earth leading toward it. I hadn't been on this trail before. I knew the area, but I didn't remember ever seeing that spot. My curiosity got the best of me, so I decided to follow the trail. The ground was soft, and with each step, it seemed like the forest was getting thicker, the trees taller. The sound of the creek faded into the background, replaced by a strange, quiet hum. I couldn't explain it, but there was something unsettling about the way the woods felt. It was as if the space around me was holding its breath. I walked for what felt like an hour, the trail becoming less distinct the farther I went. The only sound was my footsteps, and every now and then, the rustle of a branch in the wind. I didn't see a soul, no wildlife, no birds. It was like the forest was holding its secrets close. Then, I came across something strange. Half buried in the dirt was what looked like an old, rusted metal box. It wasn't big, about the size of a shoebox, and it had clearly been there for a while. The edges were worn down, and the surface was covered in moss and dirt. I knelt down to get a better look. The box wasn't locked. It just had a simple clasp holding it shut. My hands were shaking as I opened it. Inside was a small stack of papers, worn, yellowed, and crinkled with age. Most of them were unreadable, faded beyond recognition. But there was one that was still legible. The words were handwritten, the ink smeared in places. It read, "They're still out there. Don't come looking for us. Don't follow the path." I froze. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I don't know why, but I felt like someone was watching me. I quickly closed the box and pushed it back into the dirt, covering it up as best as I could. I didn't want to be out there anymore. Something about the woods felt wrong, unnatural, even. I turned around, ready to head back to camp, but the woods didn't feel like the same place anymore. The air had grown colder, and the silence was almost oppressive. I retraced my steps, but it was like the trail had shifted. I couldn't find the creek. I couldn't find anything familiar. I tried to stay calm, but my heart was racing. Every step felt heavier, like the forest was swallowing me whole. My breath came in shallow gasps as I pushed forward, trying to find some sign of the trail I had walked down. But there was nothing, just trees, endless trees. As I walked, the feeling of being followed grew stronger. I couldn't hear anyone, couldn't see anything, but I felt it, the presence, like a shadow lingering just behind me. My mind was playing tricks, I told myself, but the unease didn't go away. Hours passed, or at least it felt that way. I couldn't tell how long I'd been walking, and the sun was starting to set. The woods around me grew darker, and I still couldn't find the path back. The trees were thick now, blocking out most of the light. I began to panic. I had a flashlight, but I couldn't bring myself to use it. I didn't want to draw attention. Something about the dark was different. It was suffocating. Then, just when I thought I was about to break down, I saw a flicker of light in the distance. It was soft, distant, but unmistakable, a campfire. Relief flooded through me, and without thinking, I stumbled toward it, calling out. The light flickered again. It wasn't a big fire, just a small one, but I couldn't be sure who was out there. As I drew closer, I slowed down, cautious. I wasn't sure what to expect, but when I finally broke through the trees and into a small clearing, I stopped dead in my tracks. It was my campsite. The tent was still there. The fire I had started earlier was burning faintly. Everything was in its place. My heart pounded as I walked back to my tent, almost in disbelief. I could barely think straight. How had I ended up back here? Had I been walking in circles the whole time? I sat down by the fire, my hands trembling. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. That night, I stayed awake by the fire, too scared to sleep. I kept hearing things in the distance, rustling in the trees, faint footsteps, but I never saw anything. The next morning, I packed up my things and left the woods as quickly as I could. As I drove back, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me out. The unease lingered, but it wasn't until I got home and looked at the map that I realized the full extent of what had happened. The path I had taken, what I thought was the trail I knew, didn't exist on the map. And the place where I found that metal box, it wasn't marked, not even remotely close to where I thought I had been. I don't know what I stumbled upon that day, but I'll never go back. The woods are a place where secrets lie, buried in the dirt, and some things are better left undisturbed. I had been looking forward to this camping trip for months, a weekend getaway to a remote spot in the woods, just me and the great outdoors.
No distractions. No noise.
No people, just the quiet and the smell of pine trees. I had everything packed: the tent, sleeping bag, enough food to last the weekend, a flashlight, and my trusty pocket knife. My phone had barely any signal up here, which I thought would be a blessing. No calls, no texts, just peace. I arrived in the early afternoon, the sun still high in the sky, making the forest feel warm, but also a little too bright, like it was hiding something beneath its lush canopy of leaves. The road leading up to the campsite was a narrow, gravel path, the kind where your car tires crunch and kick up dust as you slowly creep forward. I parked next to a small clearing, right next to a creek that trickled quietly through the rocks, its water clear and crisp. The first thing I did was set up my tent. I found a decent spot on the edge of the clearing, close enough to the creek so I could hear the soothing sound of the water, but far enough from it to avoid getting wet if it rained. I wasn't a rookie when it came to camping, had done it several times before, but even now something felt off. The forest felt too quiet. I could hear the faint rustling of leaves, a distant bird call, and the occasional scamper of a small animal. But there was a stillness to it that I hadn't experienced before. It was the kind of silence where every little noise seemed louder than it should be, where your own breathing feels almost too loud. I brushed it off. Maybe it was just my nerves. I'd spent time in the woods before, and it had never been like this. The whole weekend ahead of me stretched out with promises of peace, and I wasn't going to let a weird feeling ruin that. After I set up camp, I decided to go for a walk. The trail through the woods wasn't marked, but it didn't matter. I liked wandering. I followed the creek for a while, marveling at the way the sunlight dappled through the trees, casting moving shadows on the ground. Every now and then, I would step off the path and crouch down to touch the moss that grew thick on the rocks, the soft, cool earth giving way under my fingers. It was beautiful, at least at first. The further I went, the thicker the trees grew, and the darker the woods became. By the time the sun began to dip below the horizon, I realized that I had wandered farther than I intended. The trail was no longer visible, and I hadn't seen a sign of another human for hours. I should have turned around then, but I didn't. As the evening wore on, I started to feel more uneasy. The quiet had settled deeper into my bones, but it wasn't peaceful anymore. It felt oppressive. The trees loomed above me, their twisted branches reaching for each other like gnarled fingers. I tried to shake the feeling off, but the further I walked, the heavier the air became. By the time I turned around to head back to camp, the sun had completely disappeared behind the horizon, and the woods were cloaked in a twilight fog that seemed to roll in from nowhere. I thought about the campfire I'd planned to build when I got back, but the thought of it now seemed far too distant, as if it would be impossible to find my way back to the clearing. The darkness seemed to deepen with each step. My flashlight did little to help, its beam cutting through the shadows but only illuminating a few feet in front of me. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something about this forest was different. The silence was too perfect, too complete. The sound of a twig snapping behind me caught my attention, and I spun around, heart racing. Nothing. I told myself it was just a deer or a raccoon, but deep down I wasn't so sure. The woods felt alive in a way that was more unsettling than comforting. The trees, with their thick trunks and dense canopies, felt like they were closing in on me, their shadows reaching toward me like invisible hands. Quickened my pace. I had to get back. The path had become unfamiliar, and every turn seemed to lead me further away from where I had come. The faint trickle of the creek was now completely gone, replaced by the eerie stillness of the darkened forest. My flashlight flickered once, then again. I cursed under my breath. Of course, the batteries would die now. I cursed myself for not checking them before heading out. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. The air felt colder now, biting at my skin, but I couldn't stop. I had to find my way back. I had no choice. But just as I began to walk faster, something stopped me. A low sound. It was a faint rustling, like footsteps in the leaves. Not animal footsteps. These were too heavy, too deliberate. Someone or something was following me. I froze, straining to hear through the noise of my pounding heart. There it was again, a crunch of leaves underfoot. I slowly turned, scanning the darkness around me with the dying light of my flashlight. Nothing. I told myself it was just my imagination. Maybe an animal had wandered closer, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching me. I started walking again, but this time, my pace was slower, more cautious. Every snap of a twig, every gust of wind through the trees, made my heart jump in my chest. I don't know how much time passed, but it felt like hours. My legs were starting to ache, and the weight of the forest was pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. I had to find the creek again. I had to find my way back to the clearing. Finally, I heard it, the faint, familiar sound of running water. The creek. Relief washed over me, and I rushed toward the sound, hoping it would lead me back to the camp. But as I drew closer, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The creek didn't sound right. It wasn't the gentle trickle I had heard earlier. It was deeper now, louder, more like a rushing river. I followed the sound, pushing through the underbrush, but when I reached the water's edge, I realized with a jolt that I had no idea where I was. The creek, which had been small and peaceful before, was now swollen, its waters rushing faster than they should have been, churning violently against the rocks. I looked around, panic rising in my chest. The trees here were different, twisted like something had torn them apart. I was lost. As I turned around in circles, trying to make sense of the disorienting landscape, I heard it again, the crunch of footsteps behind me. Only this time they were much closer. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat, and there, just beyond the reach of my flashlight, I saw a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall, its body hidden in the shadows, but the outline of it, its silhouette was unmistakable. I couldn't make out details, but it was clear enough to know it was not a person. I wanted to scream, but my voice was lodged in my throat. My legs refused to move, frozen in place by fear. The figure took a step forward, then another, and I felt a chill crawl down my spine as it came closer. Then, with a sudden jolt, I snapped out of it. I ran. I don't know how, but I bolted through the trees, the world blurring around me as I pushed myself harder than I ever had before. My breath was ragged, my heart pounding in my ears, but I couldn't stop. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, I burst through the woods and into the clearing. My tent was still there, untouched. The fire I had left burning was now nothing but a pile of smoldering embers. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, my hands shaking as I fumbled to start a new fire. My mind raced, the images of what I had seen, of what I had felt, flashing through my mind. But as I sat there, the fire crackling in front of me, I realized something. I had made it back. Whatever it was, whatever I had felt, was now behind me. The woods felt quieter now, almost peaceful. The darkness seemed less threatening, the forest less oppressive. And when I finally crawled into my sleeping bag, exhaustion taking over, I closed my eyes, feeling safe once again. The next morning, when I packed up my camp and left, I never spoke of the experience to anyone. Not because I didn't believe it happened, but because I didn't want to know if it was real. And even now, as I sit here writing this, I wonder if the woods have a way of making you see things, hear things. Maybe it was the isolation. Maybe it was just the darkness. Or maybe, just maybe, there are things in the forest that no one talks about. Things that remain hidden, even in the brightest sunlight. But I'll never go back to that spot again. Not for 1,000 reasons. Some things are better left unexplored. I had always loved the outdoors. There was something so peaceful about being out in nature, away from all the noise of the city, the stress of work, and the distractions of modern life. So when I got a long weekend off, I decided to go camping by myself, deep in the woods. It wasn't far from town, but the forest was isolated enough that you couldn't hear a thing from the outside world. It was just me, my tent, the trees, and the endless stretch of wilderness. I parked my car at the trailhead and began the hike up. The sun was still high in the sky, but the forest had already started to take on that dense, cool feeling. The path was narrow, and every step seemed to take me deeper into a place that was slowly losing its connection with civilization. My boots crunched on the dry leaves, and the occasional bird call echoed through the trees, but for the most part, the silence was thick. After a couple of hours, I reached the campsite, a small, flat area next to a creek that ran quietly through the woods. It was perfect. I set up my tent, unpacked my gear, and started a fire. The smell of the wood burning filled the air, and as the sun sank lower, the forest around me seemed to come alive with the sounds of evening. The shadows were long now, and the forest was starting to take on an eerie quality. I couldn't quite shake the feeling that something was off, though. Maybe it was just because I was alone. Maybe the quiet was getting to me. As the evening deepened into night, I settled into my camp chair by the fire, cooking some dinner. The warmth of the flames kept the cold at bay, but the air around me was still, almost too still. I kept hearing small rustling noises from beyond the light of the fire, and every now and then, a snap of a twig. I told myself it was just animals, deer, maybe a fox, but the noises were too deliberate, too frequent. It felt like something was watching me. When the fire finally died down, I retreated into the tent, trying to shake off the unease that had settled in my stomach. I figured I was just tired, and my mind was playing tricks on me. I wrapped myself in my sleeping bag, listening to the wind picking up outside. The trees swayed gently, but that was it. The forest felt empty in a way that didn't feel natural. Sleep didn't come easy, though. Every rustle outside the tent made my heart race. I couldn't tell if I was hearing animals, or if someone, or something, was out there. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined figures moving just beyond the reach of my sight. And then, there was the sound that made my blood run cold. The unmistakable crunch of footsteps, human footsteps, slowly, deliberately walking around the campsite. I lay there frozen, too scared to move. The footsteps circled the tent, and then they stopped. For a long moment, I heard nothing. The forest was dead quiet. My breathing was loud in my ears, and I held my breath, waiting for something, anything, to happen. The sound of the footsteps returned, but now they were closer. So close that I could almost hear the rustling of fabric. I knew I wasn't imagining it. Someone or something was out there. I reached for my flashlight, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip it. I turned it on, but I didn't dare unzip the tent. My instincts told me not to, told me that I'd be making a terrible mistake if I did. I waited, holding my breath, praying that whoever or whatever it was would just leave. But the footsteps didn't fade. They just lingered outside the tent. Finally, after what felt like hours, the footsteps stopped. The silence returned, and this time, it felt deeper than before. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, a deer or something, but in my gut, I knew that wasn't it. The footsteps had been too deliberate, too calculated. As I lay there, staring into the dark, I wondered if I should pack up and leave. But the thought of walking out of the woods at night, alone in the dark, was even worse. I had no choice but to stay put and wait until morning. The hours dragged by, I tried to stay awake, listening for any signs of movement, but exhaustion eventually took over, and I must have fallen asleep. When I woke up, the sun was up, and the forest was bathed in soft morning light. It looked normal again. I felt a strange sense of relief, but I wasn't about to ignore what had happened the night before. I packed up my tent quickly, feeling the weight of unease on my shoulders. As I gathered my things, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone was out there, just waiting for me to make a wrong move. That's when I noticed something strange. There, on the ground near the fire pit, was a small rock. It was smooth, almost polished, and placed deliberately in the center of the campsite. It looked like it had been placed there recently. There was no way it had been there the night before. I picked it up, turning it over in my hand. That's when I saw it. A symbol crudely carved into the surface. It was simple, just a few lines intersecting in a way that seemed almost familiar. I couldn't quite place it, but I had the eerie sense that it wasn't something I was supposed to see. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I shoved the rock into my backpack, trying not to think about what it could mean. I was ready to leave. I made my way back down the trail, my pace quickening as I went. The air around me felt dense, and the forest seemed too quiet. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was behind me, following me, waiting for the right moment. But when I turned around, there was nothing. Just the trees, the same way they had been when I first arrived. By the time I reached my car, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. I threw my bag in the back seat and started the engine, relieved to be out of that place. But even as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that the woods, the quiet, the footsteps, the rock, it was all part of something much bigger than I had realized. I didn't talk about it when I got home. I didn't want anyone to think I was crazy, but the memory of that night stayed with me, nagging at the back of my mind. Every time I went camping after that, I always double-checked my surroundings, always made sure nothing was out of place. And then one day, a year later, I heard a story on the news. A hiker had gone missing in the same forest, a few miles from where I had camped. They never found him, but what they did find was a small rock with a strange symbol carved into it, just like the one I had found. I never went camping in those woods again, and now, when I think back on that night, I can't help but wonder if I was just a little too close to something I wasn't supposed to see. Maybe that symbol wasn't just a random marking. Maybe it was a warning. And maybe, just maybe, I had narrowly escaped something much worse. It started off like any other camping trip. My friends and I had been planning it for months, our yearly escape from the noise and chaos of city life. We chose a remote spot, nestled deep within the woods, the kind of place you'd need a map to find, and even then, you'd need a good sense of direction. The plan was simple. Set up camp, cook some good meals, tell stories around the fire, and enjoy a few days of peace. The morning we left, the weather was perfect. Clear skies, a gentle breeze, and the promise of adventure in the air. We packed the truck with all the gear, tents, sleeping bags, fishing poles, and enough food to last us the entire weekend. We joked about the possibility of getting lost, but it wasn't something that actually seemed likely. The forest was big, but not so big that we couldn't find our way out. At least that's what we thought. The drive took about 3 hours, and by the time we reached the trailhead, the sun was beginning to dip lower, casting long shadows across the trees. It was that magical hour when everything feels golden, but also slightly eerie, when the night feels like it could creep in at any moment. We unloaded the truck, started our hike up to the campsite, and quickly found ourselves deep in the woods. The trail was well marked at first, but as we ventured further, the signs began to fade, and the path became more and more indistinct. The trees were dense, towering overhead, their thick branches blocking out much of the fading daylight. By the time we reached the clearing we were aiming for, it was already dusk. The campsite was just as we remembered it from last year. An open patch of grass with a few large rocks scattered around the edges, perfect for setting up a fire. We set up the tents in silence, the kind of silence that feels heavy. There were no sounds of animals, no birds chirping, just the occasional rustling of leaves. We chalked it up to being far away from civilization, the kind of silence that only the wilderness can create. As night settled in, we gathered around the campfire, the warmth of the flames doing little to ease the strange tension in the air. We cooked our food, shared stories, and laughed, but something felt off. There was an unsettling stillness to the forest. It wasn't just the absence of noise, but the sense that we were being watched. We told ourselves it was just our minds playing tricks, but no matter how hard we tried to shake it off, the feeling lingered. After dinner, I went to fetch some more firewood, heading into the forest just a little ways from the campsite. The trees here were closer together, and the air felt heavier, more oppressive. As I picked up logs and branches, I couldn't help but notice the way the shadows moved. It was as if the darkness itself had formed, sliding between the trees, never staying still. I shook it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. But the hairs on the back of my neck stood up anyway. Something was wrong, something I couldn't put my finger on. When I returned to the fire, I was relieved to see the others still talking, seemingly unaware of the strange atmosphere. I didn't say anything to them about what I had felt, afraid of sounding paranoid. We spent the rest of the night around the fire, the conversation gradually dying down as we grew tired. Eventually, one by one, we retreated to our tents. I was the last to go to bed. Before zipping myself in, I took a moment to listen to the night. There was no wind, no rustling of leaves, just absolute silence. I lay in my sleeping bag, trying to ignore the gnawing feeling that something wasn't right, but sleep eventually overtook me. It was around 3 a.m. when I woke up. The sounds of the forest had changed. It wasn't the eerie silence from before. It was something worse, something heavy, like the weight of the air had increased. I could hear something moving outside the tent. I held my breath, listening, straining my ears. It was a slow, deliberate movement, not the scurrying of small animals or the wind, but the sound of something human. My heart began to race. I tried to tell myself it was just an animal, a bear maybe, but something deep inside me knew it wasn't. The footsteps, if that's what they were too calculated, too precise. They stopped just outside the tent. My mind raced, my body frozen with fear. What should I do? Should I wake the others? Should I stay quiet, pretend I hadn't heard anything? My mind was screaming at me to do something, but I couldn't move. The tension was unbearable. Then I heard a voice, a low, guttural whisper that seemed to come from right outside my tent. It was so soft that I almost thought I imagined it. But no, it was real. The voice, if it even was a voice, sounded like it was coming from someone who hadn't spoken in years, rough and strained. I held my breath, my body paralyzed, trying to make sense of what was happening. What do you do when you're alone in the woods, deep in the night, and you hear something like that? A voice that shouldn't be there? My heart was pounding in my ears, and I could feel the sweat beating on my forehead. The voice came again, this time clearer, though still barely audible. It was a word, no, a name, but it wasn't mine. It was something else. My mind scrambled for any logical explanation, but there was none. I couldn't take it anymore. I slowly reached for the zipper of my tent, pulling it down as quietly as I could. Outside, the world was pitch black, save for the flickering glow of our dying campfire. I peeked out, expecting to see something standing there, but there was nothing, just the darkness, and the feeling that something was wrong. I stumbled out of the tent and jogged over to the others, shaking them awake. We needed to leave. Now, they groggily got up, but I could see the confusion on their faces, wondering what had gotten into me. They didn't hear the voice. They didn't feel what I felt, but I wasn't waiting around to find out what it was. We packed up quickly, barely thinking, just moving on instinct. It wasn't until we were halfway back down the trail that we heard it again. This time, though, it wasn't a whisper. It was a scream, a long, blood-curdling scream, somewhere deep in the forest, somewhere far off. But it was close enough that it made our blood run cold. We didn't stop running until we reached the truck. I slammed the door shut, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the keys to start the engine. The others were silent, their faces pale. There were no questions, no arguments. We didn't need to say anything. We left the forest that night and we didn't look back. I had always been someone who loved the outdoors. Hiking, camping, fishing. Anything that let me escape the noise of city life was something I cherished. So, when I had the chance to go on a solo camping trip to the remote woods near my hometown, I jumped at the opportunity. I'd done solo trips before, but never in a place this isolated. The kind of place that was miles away from civilization, where the silence almost felt like it had a weight to it. It was the middle of autumn, and the weather was perfect, cool but not too cold, with the kind of crisp air that makes you feel alive. The leaves were changing, and the forest was full of vibrant reds and oranges. I packed up my gear: a tent, sleeping bag, camp stove, enough food for 3 days, a few extra layers of clothes, and my trusty knife. Nothing fancy, but it would be enough. The drive to the campsite was longer than I expected. The winding road was narrow, and the trees crowded so closely that it felt like I was entering some other world. By the time I parked my car and started unloading, the sun was starting to dip low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I didn't have much time to waste if I wanted to set up camp before it got dark. I quickly found a spot near a small stream, not far from a clearing that would give me a decent view of the stars later that night. The water was clear and cold, gurgling softly as it moved over the rocks. The sound was calming, almost like it was soothing me as I set up my tent. I remember the scent of the earth and the fresh, cool water, and the way the evening light filtered through the trees, casting everything in soft, golden hues. As the sun disappeared behind the trees, the forest grew darker, and the chill in the air became more noticeable. The campsite felt even more isolated now, the sounds of the forest amplifying in the quiet. I built a small fire, using dry wood I had gathered earlier, and sat by it, watching the flames dance. I had left my phone in the car. There was no reception anyway, and I was glad to be free of it for a while. The quiet was almost too much to handle at first, but after a while it became peaceful. No people, no noise, just the crackling of the fire and the distant rustling of leaves. Nightfall came quickly, and as I sat there, enjoying the solitude, I noticed something odd. There was a faint sound in the distance, something that didn't belong. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then it repeated itself, a low, guttural growl. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I froze, listening. The sound came again, this time closer. I tried to dismiss it, telling myself it was just an animal, maybe a bear or a coyote. I had read that the area was home to both, but I'd never heard them make such a noise. It sounded wrong, like it wasn't just a natural animal sound. The hairs on my neck were still standing, and the firelight flickered erratically, casting strange shadows on the trees. I grabbed the small axe I had brought with me and kept it close, though I wasn't sure why. It was just an animal, right? I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself. Nothing was going to happen. But then the growl came again, much closer this time, and I felt my pulse quicken. I stood up, grabbed the flashlight from my bag, and shone it in the direction of the noise. The beam of light sliced through the darkness, but all I could see were trees and shadows. My heart raced, and my mind started running wild, filling in the blanks with all kinds of horrible scenarios. I stood there for a few moments listening to the night. The only sounds now were the occasional crack of a branch or the rustling of leaves. I had heard enough stories of campers getting caught off guard by wild animals, but I wasn't sure what to do. Should I leave? Should I stay put and wait until morning? I decided to stay. The chances of something happening were slim, right? The fire would keep most animals away. At least that's what I told myself. The night dragged on. The growl never came again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow more sinister than before. I had always prided myself on my ability to stay calm in these situations, but tonight felt different. It wasn't just the isolation, it was something else. The forest seemed off, like it was hiding something. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I crawled into my tent. I kept the fire going outside, though it was now just a small flicker. I zipped up the tent, making sure it was secure, and tried to sleep. But sleep didn't come easily. I kept tossing and turning, hearing every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves, convinced that something was out there, just beyond the reach of the firelight. At some point during the night, I must have dozed off because I woke up with a start. It was cold in the tent now, the fire outside nearly dead, and the world was eerily silent. I lay there for a long time, listening to the complete absence of sound, before finally deciding to get up and throw some more wood on the fire. I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, the cold air biting at my skin. The fire had almost completely gone out, leaving only a few glowing embers. As I crouched down to add more wood, I heard it again, a soft, scraping noise from the trees nearby. It was so faint at first that I wasn't sure I'd actually heard it. But then it came again, closer this time, and I knew something was out there. I stood up quickly, heart pounding. My breath was visible in the cold air, and my eyes darted around, trying to make out any movement in the darkness. But there was nothing. Just trees, just shadows, just the eerie silence of the forest. My mind raced. What was it? A bear? A raccoon? Something bigger? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I didn't know what to do. I thought about packing up and leaving right then, but the thought of walking back down that winding road in the dead of night, alone in the pitch-black forest, terrified me even more. If something was out there, I had to be smart. I gathered my things, flashlight, knife, extra clothing, and moved closer to the fire, trying to keep my back to it so I could see the surrounding darkness. I kept listening, straining my ears for any sign of movement. My body was on edge, ready to react at the slightest noise. Then it happened. A loud crash. A branch snapped, followed by a low, throaty growl. This time I couldn't ignore it. It wasn't a bear, not with the sound that deep, that primal. I grabbed my knife, my hand shaking, and scanned the area with my flashlight. The beam landed on something, a large, dark shape moving between the trees. Something was definitely out there. I didn't wait to see if it would come closer. Without thinking, I grabbed my gear and ran for the car. My breath came in quick, panicked gasps, and my mind was a blur of fear. Every step felt like it took forever, my legs heavy and uncoordinated as I sprinted through the forest. The darkness seemed to swallow me whole, and I couldn't tell if the thing was following me or if it was just my imagination running wild. I didn't stop running until I reached the car, and even then, I hesitated before getting inside. I checked the back seat, the trunk, anything to make sure I wasn't being followed. There was nothing. The woods were silent again, as if nothing had happened. Shaking, I got in, locked the doors, and started the engine. I didn't wait. I floored it, driving as fast as I could down that narrow road. not looking back once. The adrenaline made my hands twitch, but I kept my focus on the road, not daring to stop until I was safely out of the woods. The next morning, I went back to the campsite to pack up what I had left behind, but everything was just as I had left it. The fire pit, the tent, everything seemed untouched. The forest was calm and quiet again, and it felt almost normal, but I knew better than to trust it. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there. Something had been watching me all along, and it had made its presence known in a way I would never forget. But whatever it was, it had been a warning. A warning that some places are better left unexplored, and some nights are meant to be spent in the comfort of familiar, safe surroundings. And that, I realized, was exactly why I wasn't coming back. I had always been one for solitude, and when I decided to take a solo camping trip into the remote forest, I wasn't expecting anything other than a few peaceful days away from the noise of city life. My friends thought I was crazy, of course. Going by yourself? In that part of the forest? They asked with raised eyebrows, but I was determined. I wanted the silence. I wanted the stillness of nature that only a remote campsite could offer. The trip started like any other. I packed the essentials: tent, sleeping bag, food for a few days, and a flashlight. I chose a spot deep within the woods, a place I had read about online, a secluded area away from the usual campsites that got crowded on weekends. I was prepared to rough it. The weather was perfect, crisp and clear, the trees whispering softly in the wind. There was a sense of peace, a calm that made me feel like I was finally where I needed to be. I arrived at the site by mid-afternoon, a small clearing surrounded by towering pines. The trees had a smell to them, earthy and damp, a reminder that I was far from the city's artificial scents. I set up camp, taking my time to get everything just right. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon by the time I finished, casting long shadows across the clearing. The forest felt different now, quieter, darker. That night, I cooked a simple meal over a small fire, the crackling of the wood and the occasional snap of a twig my only companions. I enjoyed the solitude at first, but as the night deepened, something about the stillness started to feel off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The sounds of the forest, the distant calls of animals, started to feel like they were too distant, almost like they were purposefully avoiding my campsite. I tried to ignore it, finishing my meal and settling into my tent for the night. The temperature dropped as the fire burned down to embers, and I zipped up the tent to keep warm. I lay there in the darkness, listening to the wind rustle the branches outside, but my mind wouldn't let go of the strange sensation that something wasn't right. I don't know when it started, but I could hear something, movement, around my tent, soft rustling, like something was walking around the edges of the clearing. At first, I thought it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a small mammal curious about the fire. But the sound didn't fade. It stayed, circling the tent, and then there was a soft thump, like something heavy had dropped nearby. My heart rate picked up and I lay frozen, listening. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent slowly, not wanting to make any noise. I poked my head out, scanning the dark clearing. There was nothing there, just the still trees and the faint outline of the path leading into the forest. The sound had stopped. Maybe it was just my imagination, I thought, trying to reassure myself. But I wasn't convinced. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, every tiny noise putting me on edge. It wasn't until the first light of dawn that I finally managed to fall asleep, exhausted but restless. When I woke up, the day was already bright, and the forest looked much friendlier in the light. The birds were chirping, and the wind was gentle. It was a new day, and I decided I wouldn't let my nerves get the better of me. I spent the next day hiking along the trails, taking in the beauty of the wilderness. The forest was peaceful, the quiet soothing, and I felt more at ease. But as the sun began to set again, I noticed something strange. The path back to my campsite felt longer than it should have. The trees seemed denser, the shadows stretching farther than before. When I finally reached my camp, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The tent's zipper was undone, just slightly, as if someone had been in it. I hadn't left it open. I was sure of it. I took a deep breath, my mind racing. Maybe it was just the wind. Maybe the zipper had come undone on its own. But my gut told me otherwise. I checked the rest of the campsite. Nothing seemed out of place, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest around me, once so welcoming, now seemed to close in. It felt as if the trees themselves were pressing in on the campsite, shadows moving when they shouldn't. I decided to leave the fire unlit that night, not wanting to draw attention to myself. I ate quickly and went into the tent, but this time I kept the flashlight close. I was more alert, the sounds of the forest unnervingly clear in the silence. My mind was racing with possibilities, all of them unsettling. Had someone else been in the woods? Was there a group nearby? Or had I wandered too far off the beaten path and unknowingly crossed into someone else's territory? It was late when I heard it again. The rustling. This time it was closer, unmistakable. Someone or something was out there. I could hear the soft crunch of leaves underfoot, the slow, deliberate pace of whatever it was moving around the tent. My pulse quickened. I grabbed the flashlight and crept to the edge of the tent, slowly unzipping it just a crack. Nothing. The clearing was empty, the shadows stretching long across the ground. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what I was hearing. Was it an animal? But no animal moved with such intention. No deer, no bear, no creature made sounds like that. I knew something wasn't right. Suddenly, I heard a low growl, a deep, guttural sound that sent a chill through my spine. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't anything I could identify. The growl came from the edge of the trees, just beyond the clearing. My heart hammered in my chest. What in the world could it be? I grabbed my gear and packed quickly. I knew I needed to get out of there. Something wasn't right. The forest wasn't the peaceful place it had been just days ago. I didn't even stop to break camp properly. I just threw everything into my bag and started moving, my feet carrying me down the trail as fast as I could go. But no matter how quickly I walked, the growls seemed to follow. Each step I took felt like it was echoing into the woods, as if something was tracking me. The adrenaline surged through my body, and I kept moving, not daring to look back. The forest felt like it was alive, like it was breathing around me, shifting and changing with each step. Hours passed, and I finally reached a part of the trail I recognized. The sounds of the forest had quieted, and I could see the first signs of civilization ahead. A ranger's cabin, just a mile or so away. I didn't stop to talk to anyone. I just kept walking, breathing in deep gulps of air. By the time I reached the cabin, the sky was just beginning to lighten with the dawn. The ranger there was kind enough to offer me a ride back to town, and I accepted without hesitation. I didn't explain why I had come back so quickly. There was no need. They wouldn't have understood. And honestly, I'm not sure I fully understand it myself. But I know one thing for sure. I'll never return to that forest. Not for a camping trip, not for anything. Something in that place changed. And whatever I heard in the night, it wasn't just a figment of my imagination. I still wake up sometimes, in the dead of night, and hear the faintest rustling outside my window. I never look. It was meant to be a simple weekend getaway. Just me, the woods, and a little peace and quiet. I've been planning the trip for weeks. I needed to escape, to clear my head. The grind of everyday life had been wearing me down, and I figured a solo camping trip would do wonders. I'd been hiking before, but this time, I wanted to do things a little differently. Deep into the woods, miles from any trailhead or civilization, the idea of being truly alone in nature felt refreshing, like I could reconnect with myself. I packed my gear the night before, making sure I had everything: a tent, a sleeping bag, food, a portable stove, water bottles, and of course, my trusty flashlight. I also brought a knife just in case. You can never be too prepared, right? The weather forecast called for clear skies, and I couldn't have asked for better conditions. Everything was set. When I arrived at the forest, the morning air was crisp, and there wasn't a single cloud in the sky. The sun filtered through the canopy above, casting long shadows and dappling the forest floor with light. The trail was narrow and overgrown, the kind of path that had been forgotten by most people. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. It wasn't like the city, no distant traffic, no noise from neighbors. It was just me, my footsteps, and the sound of leaves rustling in the breeze. I wasn't worried about getting lost. I had my map and compass, and I'd done enough hiking to know my way around. Plus, I had the sense that the deeper I went into the woods, the more I would feel at home. It felt peaceful, like the trees were welcoming me, as though they were shielding me from the chaos of everyday life. By the time I reached the campsite, the sun was starting to dip behind the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. The campsite was nothing fancy, just a small clearing by a stream. The sound of the water was soothing, and it felt like the perfect spot to settle for the night. I set up my tent and started a fire. As the flames crackled, I could feel the weight of the day lifting off my shoulders. I cooked a simple meal, nothing special, just some beans and rice, but it tasted incredible in the fresh air. The sky darkened, and the stars started to emerge one by one. I sat by the fire for a while, enjoying the solitude. The night felt like a blanket, cozy and warm. But as the night wore on, I couldn't shake this feeling. It wasn't fear, not exactly. More like unease. I chalked it up to the isolation. You start to notice things when you're alone in the woods. The wind shifted, the branches creaked, and the fire popped and crackled. Nothing unusual, but there was something about the silence that felt too thick, too still. Maybe it was the knowledge that I was completely alone, miles from any help. It made me hyper-aware of every little sound. I tried to push the feeling aside and went to bed. The tent was small but cozy. I zipped myself in and pulled the sleeping bag around me. I listened to the sound of the stream outside, the gentle rustling of the leaves, and the occasional chirp of a distant animal. But something kept pulling me out of sleep. I would drift off, but then wake up, eyes wide, heart racing. It felt like someone or something was watching me. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. There was no one else out there. Around midnight, I heard it, a rustling in the woods, just outside my tent. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But then it came closer. The sound wasn't random, it was deliberate, slow, methodical. Whatever it was moving with purpose. My heart started to race. I held my breath, straining to listen. The rustling stopped for a moment, and then a single twig snapped. It was close, too close. I had my flashlight beside me, and in that moment, I debated whether I should grab it. What if it was a person? My mind raced with possibilities. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was probably just an animal. But the more I listened, the more unsettled I became. The sound wasn't like any animal I had heard before. It was too human. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Dead silence. My breath hitched in my chest as I lay perfectly still, listening. I couldn't hear anything except my own heartbeat. I waited for what felt like hours, but nothing came. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I fell into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of birds chirping, the usual comforting noises of the forest. For a moment, I almost forgot about the events of the night before. It was bright and clear, and the world felt normal again. I got out of my tent and started making coffee, trying to shake off the feeling that had clung to me. But when I stepped out of the tent, I noticed something. The ground near my campsite was disturbed. There were strange tracks, deep imprints in the dirt. They didn't look like animal prints, too big, too round. They almost resembled boots, but not quite. I crouched down to get a closer look, my mind racing. Had someone been out there last night? The thought made my stomach turn. I spent the next few hours trying to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe someone else had been hiking through the area, and I hadn't noticed. But the more I looked at the prints, the more uneasy I became. They were too fresh, and they seemed to circle around my campsite, as if someone had been watching me sleep. I spent the rest of the day on edge, constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if someone was out there. But I didn't see anyone. The woods remained eerily quiet, just the rustle of the leaves and the occasional bird call. That night, I decided to stay up late, keeping watch. I built a bigger fire, hoping the light would make me feel safer. The flames flickered in the darkness, casting long shadows across the clearing. I sat by the fire, trying to stay calm, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every crackle of the fire, every snap of a twig, made me jump. I kept telling myself it was just the forest, just animals. But then, just like the night before, I heard it, a rustling. This time it was closer. I froze, my hand instinctively reaching for the flashlight. I wasn't sure if I should shine it into the woods or stay hidden. My heart was pounding, and my mind raced with possibilities. It wasn't an animal. It was too deliberate, too controlled. And then, I heard something even worse. A voice. Not a whisper, but a low, guttural sound. It wasn't language, just a growl, a noise that didn't belong. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the darkness, my hands shaking. The beam swept across the trees, illuminating the shadows. But there was nothing there, nothing except the forest. I didn't wait to see what else would happen. I grabbed my gear, packed up everything as fast as I could, and left the campsite. My legs were weak, my mind racing. The walk back to the trailhead was a blur. I didn't stop until I was back at my car, the engine running, the doors locked. I sat there for a long time, trying to catch my breath, trying to calm myself, but nothing made sense. The woods had been silent when I finally reached my car, and I never saw another soul. But I couldn't forget the feeling of being watched, and those strange tracks by my campsite. I don't know who or what was out there, but I've never gone back. I still don't like being alone in the woods anymore. There are things out there that don't belong. I never understood why some people didn't mind camping alone in the woods. The thought of being so far from civilization, surrounded by nothing but trees and open space, always made my skin crawl. But when my friends invited me on a weekend trip to the mountains, I figured it would be a good opportunity to face my fear. We arrived at the campsite late in the afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to dip behind the trees. The air had a crispness to it that made me think of autumn, even though it was still summer. We found a good spot near a stream, and soon enough, the crackling of a campfire filled the air. The firelight flickered in the growing darkness, casting long shadows on the ground. First, everything felt normal. We set up our tents, unpacked the coolers, and shared a few beers while talking about random things. The sound of the stream gurgling nearby was oddly comforting, almost like a lullaby. I felt safe, surrounded by the people I knew and trusted, but something about the woods unsettled me. The deeper we got into the forest, the more silent everything became. There were no sounds of birds or animals, No rustling leaves, just the quiet murmur of the stream. As the night settled in, the temperature dropped, and the fire's warmth became a welcome relief. We took turns telling stories, the kind of stories that get a little darker as the night wears on. I didn't expect it to get to me, but as the darkness crept closer, the firelight seemed smaller, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should have. A strange feeling started to gnaw at me, but I kept telling myself it was just the chill in the air. It was around midnight when it happened. I had gotten up to stretch my legs, feeling restless. The fire had dimmed, and I could hear the crackling of the embers. I glanced around, the trees standing tall and silent around us. There was something strange about the way the shadows moved, like they were alive. I shook it off, telling myself I was just overtired. But then I heard it, a sound, barely a whisper, but enough to make me freeze. At first, I thought it was just the wind or an animal rustling in the bushes, but it wasn't. It was footsteps, soft but deliberate, crunching the underbrush in a pattern that didn't seem natural. My heart began to race. I wasn't alone. The thought hit me with a jolt, and I quickly turned back toward the fire. "Hey!" I said, my voice trembling slightly. Did anyone else hear that? My friends didn't seem to notice. They were too deep in their own conversations, oblivious to the tension I was feeling. I glanced back toward the woods. The footsteps had stopped, but now there was a rustling noise, like something or someone was moving around just out of sight. My stomach churned. I wasn't about to go investigate, but the unease was starting to build. I made my way back to the campfire, trying to shake off the fear creeping up on me. As I sat back down, I noticed something strange. One of the tents was unzipped. I hadn't remembered leaving it open, and I didn't think anyone else had either. My mind raced. Could it have been an animal? I hoped so, but the way the zipper had been pulled up halfway made it seem deliberate, like someone had left it that way. I tried to brush it off as a small accident. Maybe the wind had caught it, or one of us had forgotten to zip it all the way. But as the night stretched on, the feeling of being watched only grew. I couldn't shake the thought that someone, was out there, watching from the trees. Around 2 a.m., I went to bed. The others were already asleep, their soft breathing filling the silence of the campsite. I lay in my tent, staring at the ceiling, listening for any sound that didn't belong. The air felt heavier now, and the steady murmur of the stream seemed farther away. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter around me, trying to shut out the feeling of unease. Then it came again, a soft noise, almost like a whisper, but this time it was louder. It wasn't coming from the woods. It was coming from inside the camp, just outside my tent. My heart skipped a beat, and I held my breath. I could hear something or someone moving around just a few feet away. The noise stopped, and for a moment, everything was still. I wanted to call out to my friends, but I didn't want to seem paranoid. My mind raced with possible explanations. Maybe it was just an animal or a trick of the wind, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there. I lay still, staring at the inside of the tent, my muscles tense, waiting for the next sound. And then it came, softer this time, but unmistakable. A voice, faint and distant, but clear enough to make my blood run cold. I could hear it whispering my name. I shot up in my sleeping bag, my heart pounding in my chest. I felt like I couldn't breathe. My thoughts were racing. How was it possible? Who was out there? I reached for the zipper of my tent, but I hesitated. What if there really was someone out there? What if they were waiting for me to come out? I couldn't stay in the tent forever. I needed to know what was happening. Slowly, I unzipped the door, my hands trembling. The cool night air hit me, but I barely noticed it. I crept out of the tent, trying not to make a sound. My eyes darted around the campsite, scanning the darkness. The fire had burned down to embers, and the moonlight cast everything in a ghostly glow. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches creaking in the wind. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The campsite was quiet, too quiet. The others were still asleep in their tents, oblivious to whatever was happening. I felt the weight of the silence press in on me. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There was something in the shadows, just outside the circle of firelight. A shape moving slowly and deliberately. I froze, unable to move or make a sound. It was tall, impossibly tall, and it was standing still, just watching. I could feel my body shaking, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the figure. It didn't move at all. It was as though it was waiting for something, waiting for me to make a mistake. I backed slowly toward my tent, my mind screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The figure stayed in the same spot, silent and unmoving. I don't know how long I stood there, my heart racing, before I heard another noise. A snap of a twig. I whirled around, but there was nothing, just the trees and the rustling of the wind. I felt my breath catch in my throat. I had to get back to my tent. I had to get inside and lock myself away from whatever was out there. I turned and ran back to my tent, diving inside and zipping it up behind me. My chest was tight, and my heart was beating so fast I could hardly hear anything else. I lay there, still as a stone, listening for any sign that something was wrong. But the rest of the night passed in eerie silence. When morning finally came, I was exhausted. The others were already awake, starting the fire and making coffee like nothing had happened. I didn't tell them what I'd experienced the night before. I didn't want to sound crazy, but as I looked around at the campsite, I noticed something that made my stomach turn. One of the tents had been moved, dragged several feet away from its original spot. The zipper was open wide, as if someone had been inside. We packed up early and left. No one asked why I was so eager to leave. They didn't need to know. Even now, weeks later, I can't shake the feeling that something followed us from those woods. I keep checking my back whenever I go outside, and sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I hear a whisper that sounds a lot like my name. But there's no one around, not a soul. I've always loved camping. There's something about the fresh air, the crackling of the campfire, and the quiet that settles in once the sun goes down. Last summer, I decided to go on a solo camping trip. I figured it'd be good to get away from the noise of the city, disconnect, and just clear my head for a few days. I picked a secluded spot, deep in the woods, far from any trails or campsites, just me and the wilderness. The hike in was harder than I expected, but the beauty of the forest kept me going. The trees towered above me, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves beneath my boots and the occasional chirp of birds in the distance. I set up camp just before sunset by a small creek. The air was cool, and the sun was casting long shadows across the ground as I got the fire going. I was proud of how quickly I had set up my tent, and even though I was alone, it felt right to be there. Night fell quickly. The fire was crackling, and I sat back, staring into the flames. It's one of those moments where everything feels perfect. Just you, nature, and the quiet. I ate some dried food, read a bit, and then settled into my sleeping bag for the night. The sounds of the forest became more pronounced in the dark. The rustling of small animals, the occasional snap of a twig, the distant rush of the creek. It was around midnight when I first noticed something off. It was subtle at first, just a strange rustling sound coming from the woods around me. I figured it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or something, but the sound didn't stop. It was too rhythmic, almost like something was walking around my camp. At first, I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the wind or an animal. But the longer it went on, the more uneasy I felt. My thoughts started to race. What if it wasn't an animal? What if someone was out there? I had hiked so far in that there shouldn't have been anyone else nearby. It didn't make sense, but the feeling in my gut told me something wasn't right. I decided to check it out. Quietly, I unzipped the tent and poked my head out. The night air was cold, and the forest was thick with shadows. I couldn't see much, but I scanned the area carefully. The firelight barely reached past my campsite, and beyond that, it was pure darkness. I didn't see anything, no movement, no figures, nothing. But the rustling had stopped too, and that only made me more anxious. It was like everything had gone eerily quiet. I climbed back into my tent, trying to shake the feeling that someone or something was out there. I lay awake for a while, listening for any sound that would reassure me that everything was normal. But all I heard was the occasional wind blowing through the trees, and that only made the silence around me feel worse. It wasn't long before I finally managed to fall into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, I woke up to a beautiful, bright sky. The birds were singing, and the forest was peaceful again. I told myself I was being paranoid. It was just a little anxiety from being alone in the woods. But even though the day was perfect, I couldn't shake that nagging feeling. It was like the forest was holding something back, something I couldn't see or understand. I spent the rest of the morning exploring the area around my camp. The creek was crystal clear, and the trail I found led deeper into the woods, but I didn't venture too far. The thought of getting lost, or worse, of running into someone or something again, kept me close to the camp. By afternoon, I had settled by the fire again, cooking some food and trying to push away my unease. As the sun began to set again, I made sure the campfire was well stocked. I wasn't taking any chances this time. I wasn't sure what it was, whether it was just nerves or the strange feeling that something was off, but I decided to stay close to the fire. I'd been camping enough times to know that when the sun went down, things change in the woods. The sounds shift, and the shadows feel darker, and I didn't want to be caught off guard again. I was sitting by the fire, mindlessly poking at the embers, when I heard it again. That same rustling sound. This time it was louder, closer. It was no longer subtle like before. It was something moving, something definitely out there. Not an animal, but something deliberate. I froze. The sound wasn't coming from the trees. It was coming from the direction of the creek. I knew that area well. It was a small, rocky patch where I'd gone to fetch water earlier. The rustling wasn't just leaves or branches. It sounded like something, or someone, was moving through the rocks and water. I grabbed my flashlight and stood up, my heart pounding. The air felt colder now, and the shadows around me seemed to grow darker. I shined the beam of light toward the creek, scanning the area, but I saw nothing. The rustling had stopped again, just like before. I waited. Nothing. I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe it was just a deer or some other animal, something that had wandered too close to camp. But there was still something nagging at me. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I decided to stay alert. I put out the fire and sat in the dark, straining my ears for any sounds. For the next few hours, I heard nothing. I even managed to fall asleep briefly, but when I woke, it was like something had shifted again. The night was even quieter now, but the air felt wrong. Heavy, thick with tension. I felt it before I even heard it. The sound of footsteps, soft but unmistakable, crunching in the leaves just outside my tent. I held my breath. There was no mistaking it. Someone was out there moving around my camp. I didn't make a sound. I lay perfectly still, my body frozen in fear. The footsteps circled my tent, slow and methodical. I could hear the soft exhale of breath, the faintest sound of someone trying to be quiet. Whoever it was, they knew I was inside. I tried to control my breathing. My heart was racing, and my palms were sweating. I thought about grabbing my things and running, but I knew that would make me an easier target. So I waited. I waited for the footsteps to stop, for the person to leave, but they didn't. They stayed, and the night seemed to stretch on forever. Eventually, I heard the rustling of leaves and twigs, and the footsteps began to move away from my tent. I didn't dare move until I was sure the person was gone. After what felt like hours, I slowly unzipped the tent and peered outside, my flashlight shaking in my hand. The camp was empty. The fire was nothing but smoldering embers. The rest of the night was quiet, but I didn't sleep. Couldn't. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Who was out there? Why were they circling my tent? What did they want? The next morning, I packed up as quickly as I could, eager to get out of that place. The hike back to the trailhead felt endless. My senses heightened the entire way. Every crack of a twig, every rustle in the brush, made me jump. By the time I reached the trailhead, I was exhausted, my nerves shot. I never found out who or what was out there in the woods with me. I don't know if it was a person or just my mind playing tricks, but I never went back to that spot. And though I still enjoy camping, I've never camped alone again. I've heard stories since then of other people finding strange things in the woods, but none of them compare to what I felt that night. The feeling of being watched, the footsteps that circled my tent. I never want to experience anything like that again. Maybe I'll never know the truth about what happened, and maybe I don't want to. All I know is that some places are meant to be left alone, and some things are best left unexplored. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend in the woods. Just me, a tent, a campfire, and a break from the constant hum of everyday life.
No noise, no deadlines, no distractions.
I'd been planning the trip for months, excited to escape the city and recharge. I'd gone camping plenty of times before, but this trip was going to be different. I chose a spot deep in the forest, far from any hiking trails or popular camping spots. I wanted isolation. I needed to be alone. I arrived in the afternoon, the air warm but with a cool breeze brushing against the trees. The forest smelled earthy, fresh, and a little damp from a light rain earlier in the day. I unloaded my gear, the process of setting up the tent and preparing the campsite feeling oddly calming. As the sun dipped behind the treetops, I got the campfire going. The crackling flames danced in the twilight, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist. The firelight flickered across the trees, and I found myself feeling more and more at ease. The quiet of the forest was soothing. The only sounds were the crackle of the fire, the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind, and the distant call of birds. But as the evening wore on, those little sounds became more noticeable, almost too noticeable. By the time the stars were bright in the sky, I had finished my dinner and sat back, feeling the warmth of the fire. I had brought a book, but I didn't feel like reading. The air had grown cooler, and the wind had died down. There was a strange stillness to the forest now. It was like the world had stopped moving. I heard a noise, something soft but distinct, like a twig snapping. My first thought was that it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But the sound didn't follow the usual pattern of animals in the forest. It didn't come and go in a natural rhythm, like you'd expect with the wind or creatures moving around. This sound lingered for a moment, like it was waiting. I didn't want to overthink it. Could have been anything. Maybe just the shifting of the trees or an animal I couldn't see. But then came another sound, closer this time, a deliberate snap of a twig, followed by a soft rustling. I sat up, straining my ears, trying to pinpoint where the noise was coming from. My eyes scanned the darkness beyond the circle of firelight, but I couldn't make anything out. The night had swallowed the forest whole, leaving nothing visible but shadows. I tried to shake it off, but the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination running wild. But the more I listened, the more I realized something was off. It was too quiet. No wind, no night insects buzzing, nothing but those odd noises. I grabbed a stick from the fire and poked it into the embers to keep the flames high. The crackling flames provided some comfort, but the creeping feeling of being watched didn't fade. Then the rustling came again, this time closer. It wasn't an animal. It was too deliberate. The sound was too human. Someone or something was moving around the campsite trying to stay quiet. My heart skipped a beat. The logical part of my brain told me it could just be another camper. I wasn't in a highly trafficked area, but there were some smaller trails nearby. But the way the sounds seemed to follow my movements, always just out of view, felt wrong. I stood up slowly, gripping the stick tightly in my hand. I called out, but my voice felt small and weak in the vast emptiness of the forest. "Hello?" No answer, only more rustling. Closer now, definitely closer. I decided to check the perimeter of the campsite. I wasn't going to go far, just a quick walk around the fire to see if I could spot anything. As I moved into the darkness, the cold air seemed to press in around me. The trees loomed over me, their branches creaking in the windless night. I felt a deep sense of unease as my flashlight swept over the ground, illuminating the patches of underbrush and rocks. And then I saw it, a figure, barely visible in the dim light, standing motionless just beyond the edge of my campsite. The flashlight beam caught a flash of white. Maybe a shirt, maybe a face, but it was gone before I could fully focus. My pulse raced. I didn't want to move, but I had no choice. My feet felt glued to the ground, my mind racing. Who was that? What were they doing out here? I took a deep breath and started walking toward the figure. As I approached, my heart pounded in my chest. The closer I got, the more the figure seemed to vanish into the trees, blending with the shadows. My light swept across empty ground where they had been standing just seconds ago. Nothing. I stood there, staring into the dark, trying to make sense of what had just happened. My hands were trembling now, the flashlight shaking in my grip. There was no sign of anyone, just the quiet rustling of leaves in the distance. I turned around and walked back to the campsite, my mind spinning. The fire was still crackling, but the warmth had faded. I realized then that I felt completely alone. More than alone, vulnerable, exposed. I spent the rest of the night in a daze, half watching the fire and half waiting for something to happen. The rustling continued off and on, but it never came close again. By morning, I was exhausted. I had barely slept. The silence of the forest seemed heavier now, and even the birds had stayed quiet. I packed up my things quickly, eager to leave the woods behind. As I was finishing, I looked around one last time, my eyes scanning the trees, the rocks, the dirt. My stomach tightened when I noticed something strange. Footprints. Human footprints, leading right up to my tent. But no footprints leading away. I don't know what happened out there that night. Maybe it was a prank, maybe just an overactive imagination. But as I drove away from the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, had been watching me. And I knew one thing for sure: I'd never go back to that place again. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon as I set up my tent. It was late autumn, and the chill of the night was already creeping into the air, making the campfire feel even more inviting. The woods were quiet, too quiet, in fact. The usual chorus of birds, insects, and small animals had faded as dusk settled in, replaced by the occasional rustle of leaves. Maybe it was just the time of year, I thought, or maybe it was the fact that I was alone in these woods for the weekend. I had been planning this solo camping trip for a while now, looking for a chance to clear my mind and disconnect from everything. No phone, no social media, just the outdoors and me. The campsite was far enough off the beaten path that I didn't expect many visitors. The forest was dense with thick, towering pines, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, their dark silhouettes adding to the sense of isolation. After finishing setting up the tent, I grabbed a small axe from my pack and went to gather some firewood. The forest floor was covered in a blanket of fallen leaves, and every step seemed to crackle beneath me. It was peaceful in a way, but also something else, something almost heavy in the air. I couldn't place it, but it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I shook it off. It was probably just my mind playing tricks on me, getting ahead of itself. I continued gathering wood until the pile was sufficient for the night. As I made my way back to the campfire, I noticed something strange. There was a narrow trail leading deeper into the woods, one I hadn't seen before. It wasn't marked, but the brush had clearly been disturbed, as if someone or something had passed through recently. My curiosity got the better of me. After all, I was here to get away from it all, right? A little adventure wouldn't hurt. I glanced over my shoulder at the warmth of the campfire, still crackling, but the thought of a new path tugged at me. I decided to leave the campfire going, figured I'd be back soon, and ventured into the woods. The path was faint, but I followed it as it twisted and turned through the trees. The ground was soft, with a thick carpet of moss covering most of it. The deeper I went, the more the feeling of isolation pressed in. The silence was almost deafening, the only sound the crunch of leaves beneath my boots. The trees seemed to close in around me, their trunks wide and imposing, creating a kind of tunnel. I walked for what felt like an hour, always following the path, but never getting any closer to anything that seemed significant. It was as if the trail was leading me further into the unknown. Eventually, I came upon a clearing, one that felt off. The air felt colder here, and the sky above seemed darker than the rest of the forest. There was a strange, almost stale smell in the air, like something decaying. I stood still, looking around, my breath fogging in the air. At the center of the clearing, there was a pile of rocks. It wasn't a natural formation. It looked like someone had placed them there intentionally. There was something unsettling about it, the way the rocks seemed to be stacked in a deliberate pattern, as though they were part of a ritual or a sign. I stepped closer, feeling the weight of the air pressing down on me. As I reached out to touch one of the stones, I heard a sound behind me. A twig snapped. I froze. The hair on the back of my neck stood up again. I slowly turned around, but there was nothing there. Just the empty trees, the breeze rustling the leaves. It was probably an animal, I reasoned. Maybe a deer or a squirrel. I shook it off and bent down to inspect the rocks, but my mind kept wandering back to the noise I had heard. It had sounded too deliberate, too human. Suddenly, there was another sound. This one was much clearer. A soft voice, faint but unmistakable. It came from somewhere deeper in the forest. I couldn't make out the words, but I knew it wasn't the wind. I stood frozen in place, my heart pounding in my chest. I had no idea what could be out there, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't alone. The wind howled outside, battering against the wooden cabin with a force that felt personal, like it had some kind of grudge against the place. It had started as just a little gust at first, the kind that made the trees creak and the windows rattle. But as the night wore on, it picked up, turning into a constant, angry whistling. I didn't mind it much at first. It was quiet out here, too quiet, and the sound of the wind was just something to distract me from the emptiness. I'd driven out here alone, hoping for some peace and quiet after a stressful few months of work. A cabin, tucked away in the mountains with no neighbors for miles, seemed like the perfect escape. No phone service, no emails, just me and the woods. I'd found the place through a friend of a friend. They swore by it, said it was the best getaway they'd ever had. It looked charming in the pictures, rustic, but with a modern kitchen and a big stone fireplace. Perfect spot to unwind. But now, as the hours dragged on and the sun dipped behind the trees, the cabin started to feel less like a retreat and more like a prison. There was something off about it, and I couldn't put my finger on why. The wood creaked, the floorboards groaned underfoot, and the lights flickered every now and then. Small things, I know, but the longer I sat in the dim light of the fireplace, the more those little details started to eat away at me. I pulled the thick wool blanket around my shoulders and curled up in the armchair by the fire. The flames crackled and popped, their warmth a small comfort against the chill creeping into the room. The house was cold, unnaturally cold. I checked the thermostat earlier, and the heater was working fine, but no matter how high I cranked it, the temperature didn't seem to rise above an uncomfortable chill. I tried to ignore it, though, and focused on the fire. The wind outside had started to pick up again, and the howl seemed to be coming from a different direction this time. More like a moan, like something was pushing against the cabin from the outside. The glass windows shook in their frames with each gust. Then came the knock. I froze. It was sharp, quick 3 knocks in succession, followed by a long pause. A second later, the knocks came again, this time slower, like someone was tapping their fingers on the door. But there was no one out there. I was sure of it. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and I hadn't seen a car pass on the road all day. I stood up, my heart hammering in my chest, and walked toward the door. I peered through the peephole, but all I saw was the darkness of the night stretching out in front of me. No one. I listened closely for any sounds, but it was as if the wind had suddenly died. The world was silent, except for the faint crackling of the fire in the other room. I shook my head, trying to dismiss it as my mind playing tricks on me. There was no reason to be scared. I was alone, sure, but I was safe. Still, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I hesitated for a moment before unlocking the door. I stepped outside, pulling my jacket tighter around me, and scanned the area. Nothing. No car. No footprints in the snow. It was as if whoever had knocked hadn't even been there. The only sound now was the wind, which seemed to have picked up again, louder than before. I turned back to the cabin and shut the door, locking it behind me. My pulse was racing, but I couldn't figure out why. I had to get a grip. I made my way back to the fireplace, trying to ignore the creeping unease that was settling in my stomach. As I sat back down, I noticed something strange. The firelight, flickering on the walls, cast long, uneven shadows, like someone was standing just out of view. But I was alone. I turned my head quickly, but there was nothing there. I rubbed my eyes, telling myself I was just tired, but the feeling didn't go away. In fact, it seemed to be growing. The more I tried to ignore it, the stronger it became. It was like the air in the room was thickening, pressing in around me. Then I heard it again. A soft tap, tap, tap. It was coming from upstairs, from the hallway. My blood ran cold. I had checked the cabin before locking up, and there was no one else here. No one could have come in. My thoughts raced as I stood up, but my legs felt weak, like they might give way at any second. I slowly made my way to the stairs. The noise stopped. My heart was pounding in my chest, and my throat felt dry. I reached the bottom of the staircase and hesitated. For a second, I considered calling someone, but my phone had no service. I was completely cut off from the outside world. The hallway above was dark, but I could make out the outlines of the doorways. The tap had come from one of the rooms up there. I was sure of it. But which one? I started to climb the stairs, each step creaking under my weight. The wind howled again, rattling the windows, but inside the house, it was unnervingly quiet. I reached the top, feeling the cold air seep through the thin walls. The upstairs hallway was darker than I remembered, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should have. I stepped forward, my breath quickening. The tapping had stopped, but I felt like something was waiting for me, just around the corner. I reached the first door on my left, the guest room. Slowly, I turned the handle and pushed it open. Nothing. Empty. The bed was made and the curtains were still. No sign of anyone being there. I let out a shaky breath and moved to the next room. It was the same. Empty. Cold. By the time I reached the final door, I was trembling. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I was certain there had been a noise, something that wasn't just my imagination. I turned the handle. The room was dark, the curtains drawn tightly. But when I stepped inside, the cold hit me like a wall. It wasn't just the temperature. It was as if the air itself had thickened, and I had to fight to breathe. Then I saw it, a piece of paper on the floor. I walked toward it, my heart pounding. I bent down and picked it up. It was a simple note, written in hurried handwriting. "Get out." I froze. My hands shook as I read the words again. My mind raced. Was someone trying to scare me? Or had someone been in the house after all? The tapping had stopped, but the feeling of being watched hadn't. I wasn't alone. I backed out of the room slowly, keeping my eyes fixed on the darkness behind me. I turned and hurried down the stairs, my pulse racing. The wind outside was louder now, but inside the cabin, it felt colder than ever. I locked every door and every window, even though I knew it wouldn't help. My hands were slick with sweat as I grabbed my coat and boots. I couldn't stay here anymore. I gathered my things as quickly as I could, my mind racing. I had to leave. I couldn't explain why, but I had to get out of the cabin. Now, the car was parked a few hundred yards away, the tires leaving tracks in the snow as I rushed to it. My breath came out in quick gasps, and the snow crunched under my feet. I didn't look back, not even once. I drove through the night, the headlights cutting through the darkness, but the feeling of being watched never left me. I wasn't sure if it was the cabin, or the note, or the knocking that had made me feel this way, but one thing was clear. I was done. When I finally made it to the nearest town, I stopped at a gas station. The attendant looked at me curiously, but I didn't say a word. I paid for gas and left without a second glance. It wasn't until I was safely back in the city, several days later, that I finally stopped shaking. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me. The knocking, the note. I never went back to that cabin, and I never will. I didn't expect it to go this way. No one could have, really. The cabin had seemed like the perfect getaway at first. Quiet, remote, and nestled deep in the woods. I'd been wanting a break for so long, just a few days away from the city, from the constant noise, the people, the clutter, a place to clear my head, breathe, and relax. I found the place online. The listing looked good. An isolated cabin, no neighbors, miles from the nearest road. Just the kind of solitude I needed. I thought it would be easy. Just pack a bag, rent the place, and head out. Simple. But the second I arrived, things started to feel off. The cabin itself was small, built from dark wood, its edges weathered and rough, giving off an old-world charm. It sat near the edge of a dense forest. The trees, tall and ancient, lined the property, their branches heavy with the weight of winter. The whole area was eerily quiet, except for the occasional rustling of leaves in the breeze. The moment I stepped out of the car, I felt it, the silence. It was so thick, like the air was holding its breath, and the ground felt unnaturally still beneath my feet. I shook it off, though. I mean, what else could I do? I was already there. It wasn't like I could just turn around and leave. The interior of the cabin was exactly what I expected. Cozy but bare. There was a small kitchen, a living area with a sofa and a fireplace, and a bedroom with a big bed covered in an old quilt. It smelled musty, like dust and forgotten memories, but not in a bad way. It had character, the kind of character that made you feel like you were stepping into something that had been there far longer than you had. I unpacked quickly, trying to ignore the strange sense of unease settling in my chest. Something felt wrong, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Maybe it was just the isolation. I'd never spent this much time alone before, not in a place like this. Sure, I'd been on camping trips and stayed at cabins before, but this one felt different. The first night went by uneventfully. I ate a simple dinner, read a little, and went to bed. The bed creaked under me, but I still managed to fall asleep despite the odd noises coming from outside. The wind, the cracking of branches, the occasional screech of some animal in the distance. Nothing out of the ordinary, right? I woke up the next morning to sunlight streaming through the windows, and for a brief moment, I felt calm again. It was going to be a peaceful retreat, I told myself. Just a few days to reset. But as I ventured outside to stretch my legs, something made me pause. A strange marking on the cabin's front door. At first, I thought it was a smudge, maybe dirt or something left by the wind. But when I looked closer, I realized it was a symbol. A crude drawing, scratched into the wood, almost like someone had carved it there recently. It was a circle with jagged lines coming off it, like lightning bolts or something more abstract. My heart raced for a second, but I pushed the thought out of my mind. It's probably nothing, I whispered to myself. Maybe it's just old. I tried to move past it. I spent the day hiking around the area, exploring the forest, and taking photos of the landscape. The silence was suffocating, though. Not the peaceful kind of silence you get in nature, but a heavy, watchful kind of silence, as if the woods were waiting for something. Every now and then, I'd feel like I was being watched, like eyes were on me from the trees, though when I looked, nothing was there. That night, I sat by the fire, just staring into the flames, thinking about how weirdly tense I'd felt all day. It was like I wasn't alone. I heard things that didn't make sense. Faint rustling noises, branches snapping just outside the cabin. Nothing too loud, but it was enough to keep me on edge. I didn't sleep well that night. I woke up several times, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding as if I'd been running. But each time I looked around the room, the shadows seemed normal. The cabin was still. No signs of anything unusual. I told myself it was just the nerves, the quiet, getting to me. By the third day, the unease had deepened. Every time I stepped outside, the woods felt closer, like they were encroaching on the cabin. The trees felt too thick, their limbs too twisted. I felt like I couldn't escape them, no matter which direction I walked in. Then, as I ventured deeper into the woods, I found something. A trail, not a hiking trail, not something that seemed man-made or regularly used. It was faint, hidden beneath the fallen leaves, barely visible unless you were really looking for it. My curiosity got the better of me and I followed it. The trail wound deeper into the forest, growing darker as the trees thickened around me. The air felt heavier here, the silence even more pronounced. I could barely hear anything but my own breathing and the occasional crunch of leaves underfoot. It wasn't until I stumbled upon a clearing that I realized how far I'd gone. In the middle of the clearing was an old structure. It looked like an abandoned shed or a small cabin, but it was barely standing. Its roof had caved in, and the walls were covered in moss and vines. A feeling of dread washed over me. I should have turned back, but instead I walked closer. The door was ajar, and when I pushed it open, the smell hit me. Damp, moldy, decayed. The inside was empty, save for a few rusted tools scattered on the ground. But then, on the far wall, something caught my eye. More symbols, the same kind I'd seen on the cabin door. Crude, jagged markings etched into the wood, almost like they were trying to communicate something. I backed away, my pulse racing, my hands shaking. I wasn't sure what I had stumbled into, but I didn't want to find out. The walk back to the cabin felt longer. The trees seemed to press in on me, their branches reaching out like claws, the ground beneath me uneven and treacherous. When I finally made it back, I locked the door behind me, and for the first time since I arrived, I didn't feel safe. That night, I stayed up late, my eyes flicking between the dark corners of the room and the window, expecting to see something, someone, watching me. But there was nothing, just the oppressive silence, the weight of the woods pressing in on the cabin. Couldn't sleep. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that I wasn't supposed to be here. By the fourth day, I knew I had to leave. The cabin felt wrong. The woods felt wrong. And no matter how much I tried to convince myself that I was just being paranoid, I knew something was off. The unease in my chest had shifted into something darker, something more primal. Fear. I packed my bags, grabbed my keys, and headed for the door. But before I left, I stood there for a moment, staring at the strange symbol on the door again. The feeling in the pit of my stomach twisted. I wasn't sure what it meant, but I was starting to believe that it wasn't just some random marking. Just as I was about to leave, I heard it, a noise from outside, faint rustling. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it sounded different. It was too rhythmic, too deliberate. I froze, my hand on the doorknob, listening. It was coming closer, a slow shuffle of footsteps, soft but unmistakable. My heart hammered in my chest. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I cracked the door open, just a sliver, peeking through. There was nothing there, just the trees, the shadows. But then I saw something else, a figure, standing in the distance, partially hidden by the trees. Tall, thin, unmoving, watching. I slammed the door shut, my breath caught in my throat. I couldn't stay here. Not anymore. I ran to the car. I didn't look back. I didn't care about the bags I left behind or the cabin that had once seemed so inviting. The only thing that mattered was getting away. The drive back felt endless, my mind racing. Was I being followed? Was I imagining things? What was that figure? I didn't stop until I was back in the city, safe. But every time I close my eyes, I see it again, the figure standing between the trees, waiting. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend, just me and the quiet of the woods, away from the noise of the city. The cabin I rented was tucked deep in a forested area, miles from the nearest town. No cell signal, no distractions. Just the sound of nature and time to relax. I thought it would be perfect. I arrived in the late afternoon, the sun still high but beginning to dip behind the trees. The cabin looked older than the photos had shown. It was small, one story, with a sloping roof and thick, wooden beams that groaned in the wind. The porch had a swing, but the paint was chipped and faded. It was more rustic than I'd imagined, but that was okay. It added to the charm. I unpacked my things quickly. The place was musty inside, the air heavy with the smell of old wood and dust. The windows were covered with thick curtains that I pushed aside, revealing the overgrown forest just outside. I felt a strange sense of calm mixed with something else, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. The first night was uneventful. I spent most of it reading and drinking wine in front of the fireplace. The crackling of the wood was comforting. I didn't even realize how tired I was until my eyelids grew heavy. I set down the book, blew out the candle on the table, and turned in for the night. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, but there was something about the silence that kept me awake longer than I expected. The usual sounds of wildlife outside, the rustle of leaves, the chirp of crickets, seemed distant. Everything felt strangely still, too still. It was the kind of silence that made you hyper-aware of every little creak and groan in the house. At some point in the night, I heard something, a soft, tapping sound. It was faint at first, like something brushing against the window, but then it grew louder. I sat up in bed, straining my ears. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal either. The sound was deliberate, slow, like someone was gently tapping on the glass. My heart rate quickened. I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't want to get up and look outside. Maybe it was just a branch, I told myself. But the tapping continued, steady and rhythmic, as though it was waiting for something. I grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand and pointed it toward the window. The beam of light cut through the dark, but I saw nothing outside. The forest was as still as it had been before. No movement, no shadows. I waited for the tapping to stop. It did, but that didn't put me at ease. The longer I lay there, the more I realized how unnervingly quiet it had become. Not even the wind stirred the trees. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was nothing. I turned over, pulling the covers tightly around me, and tried to sleep. The next morning, I went out for a walk to clear my head. The forest was peaceful in the daylight, the sounds of birds and rustling leaves slowly bringing me back to my senses. I explored a little beyond the cabin, taking in the sights of moss-covered trees and the occasional deer tracks. The air was crisp, the sky a pale blue. It felt like the world was miles away from anything familiar, which was exactly what I wanted. That evening, I decided to cook dinner in the small kitchen of the cabin. There was a sense of calm now, and I was looking forward to settling in for the night. As I chopped vegetables, I thought about the tapping noise from the night before. I convinced myself it had just been an odd branch hitting the window, nothing more. But then the lights flickered. I froze, knife still in hand. I turned to the overhead light, but it flickered again and then went out completely. I stood there in the dark for a moment, unsure of what to do. The house was so quiet again, except for the soft hum of the fridge in the corner. I walked to the fuse box, checked the circuit breakers, but everything seemed normal. I tried the light again, but it stayed off. Frustrated, I grabbed a few candles from a nearby shelf and lit them. The soft glow from the flames filled the cabin with a strange warmth, but the air still felt off. I shook the feeling away and finished making dinner by candlelight. After eating, I decided to take a walk around the perimeter of the cabin. I wanted to check the windows, maybe look for any signs of branches hitting the glass, anything that might explain the noises I'd heard. The sky was nearly dark now, and the trees surrounding the cabin cast long shadows across the yard. I circled the cabin twice, inspecting every window, every corner of the porch, but there was nothing. No branches brushing against the walls, no strange marks on the windows. Everything looked normal. The forest stretched out beyond, dark and silent. As I walked back to the front door, I noticed something strange. The swing on the porch was gently rocking back and forth. I hadn't touched it, and the wind wasn't strong enough to make it move. It was as if someone had just gotten off it and walked away. But the swing had been completely still when I walked around the house just moments earlier. I stood there, staring at it for a long time. I couldn't explain it. My mind raced, trying to come up with a logical reason for everything that had been happening. But there was no answer, only the unsettling feeling that something wasn't right. That night, the tapping started again. I didn't sleep. I sat up in bed, listening, waiting. The sound began softly at first, just like before, but this time it didn't stop. It grew louder, more frantic. Top, top, top. Over and over again, like something or someone was trying to get in. My pulse was racing. I grabbed the flashlight, but I didn't want to go to the window again. What if something was out there? I couldn't bring myself to look. I pulled the covers up to my chin and stared at the dark room, listening to the tapping that wouldn't stop. It went on for what felt like hours. Eventually, the sound stopped. There was nothing, just the stillness of the night. I had enough. The next morning, I packed my things, not bothering to eat breakfast. I couldn't stay another night in that cabin. The tapping, the eerie silence, it was too much. I left the keys on the counter and locked the door behind me, stepping out into the cool morning air. As I drove away from the cabin, I felt a strange sense of relief. The tension in my chest finally began to loosen. But as I drove farther down the narrow dirt road, I glanced in my rearview mirror, and for just a second, I could have sworn I saw the porch swing moving again. I didn't stop. When I finally made it to the nearest town, I stopped at the small diner to get some coffee. As I sat down at the counter, I couldn't help but overhear the conversation between the waitress and an older man sitting nearby. He was talking about the cabin I had rented. "I wouldn't go up there alone," he said, his voice low. "That place has a history. People say it's been abandoned for years, but sometimes people still go up there." I listened, my heart pounding in my chest. The waitress nodded, but I didn't catch the rest of the conversation. All I could think about was the cabin and the strange feeling I had left behind. When I finally asked the waitress about it, she just shook her head. "It's a place that's been around for a long time. People come and go, but no one ever stays long. There's a reason for that." I paid for my coffee and left the diner, the unease creeping back into my thoughts. But for the first time in days, I felt like I could breathe again. I never thought I'd be the type to go on a cabin trip by myself, but here I was. I'd always enjoyed hiking and the outdoors, but when life felt too heavy, I figured I'd do what a lot of people do: disconnect. I needed to escape the noise, the constant barrage of messages and social media. So, I rented a cabin miles from any sort of civilization. I'd heard the place was remote, and maybe that was what appealed to me most. A tiny, run-down place tucked into the woods. The kind of cabin you see in movies where the characters either find peace or not. I remember driving up to it the first time. The gravel road leading into the woods was rough, and the trees started to close in the farther I went. I tried not to think too much about how alone I was. It wasn't like I was scared of being alone, but there was something about the quiet that seemed almost too thick, like the forest was holding its breath. The cabin came into view after about 45 minutes of bumpy road. It was exactly what I expected. Small, weathered wood, with a porch that looked like it hadn't been swept in years. The windows were dusty, and the whole structure seemed slightly crooked. Despite its condition, I could tell it had charm, like it had witnessed something or maybe been the escape for someone else once upon a time. It was a place that could hide your secrets, if you had any. I parked the car and stood there for a moment, looking at the cabin. No one else around for miles. The silence was almost deafening, the kind of quiet that fills your ears with your own heartbeat. Part of me wondered if this was a bad idea, but I pushed the thought away. I grabbed my bag from the back seat, locked the car, and made my way up the rickety steps to the door. The key was hidden under the doormat. No surprises there. I let myself in, the door creaking as it swung open. The interior smelled old. Wood, dust, and something else damp, maybe. The cabin was small, but it had everything I needed. A fireplace, a couple of old chairs, a small kitchen. The floor was covered with faded rugs, and the windows let in just enough light to show how much dust had settled over the years. I set my things down on the table and glanced around, already feeling the weight of the isolation sinking in. The cabin was simple, no television, no Wi-Fi. I hadn't realized how much I relied on technology until I didn't have it. I checked my phone, but as expected, there was no signal, no connection to the outside world. I was alone here, and that was the point. I spent the rest of the afternoon unpacking and settling in. The sun began to dip behind the trees, and I noticed how quickly the light seemed to fade in the woods. It was the kind of place where the day slipped into night without warning. There were no streetlights, no lights from nearby houses, and the only sounds were the wind rustling the trees and the occasional bird call. I made a fire in the fireplace as the temperature dropped, and I ate the simple meal I had packed. There was something oddly comforting about being here, the crackling fire, the isolation. But as the evening stretched on, I began to feel a sense of unease. It was hard to explain, but it felt like the walls were closing in. Night fell and I went to bed early. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, but sleep didn't come easily. My mind was racing, a mix of thoughts. Was this really a good idea? I hadn't seen another car all day. No one would know if something happened to me out here. The thoughts spiraled, and soon I was wide awake, listening to the wind howl outside. And that's when I heard it. A noise. It was faint at first, almost like a tapping. At first, I thought it was just the wind, the branches scratching against the walls. But then it came again. Soft, rhythmic tapping, like someone knocking at the door. I froze, my heart thudding in my chest. I told myself it was just my imagination, or maybe an animal. But as the minutes ticked by, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was outside. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, the tapping growing louder and more distinct. It sounded too deliberate to be an animal. I got out of bed and crept toward the window, trying to peek outside. The darkness was thick, like a blanket smothering the world. There was nothing there, no figure, no movement, just the oppressive stillness. I let out a breath, convincing myself it was just the wind. But as I turned to go back to bed, the knocking came again. This time louder, more insistent. It was coming from the door. I froze again, not knowing what to do. Part of me wanted to ignore it, to just go back to sleep and pretend it wasn't happening. But curiosity, or maybe fear, got the better of me. Slowly, I made my way to the door, my hand shaking as I reached for the knob. I opened it just a crack. Nothing. There was no one there, just the empty porch, the night air swirling around. But then I noticed something strange. The ground was disturbed, like someone had been walking around. The dirt was scraped up, and there were marks near the edge of the porch, leading off into the woods. I stepped outside, scanning the area, but there was no one. The feeling in the air shifted, though. Felt heavier now, like the forest was watching me. I stepped back inside, locked the door, and stood there for a moment, trying to calm my racing heart. I didn't sleep much that night. The tapping stopped eventually, but the unease didn't go away. I kept hearing noises, branches snapping, the occasional rustle outside. I kept telling myself it was just the woods, that things moved in the dark. But the feeling of being watched didn't fade. The next morning, I decided to get out and clear my head. I grabbed my backpack and set off into the woods, trying to lose myself in nature. The trees here were dense, the underbrush thick. I walked for hours, letting my thoughts wander. But even as the day grew warmer, the feeling of being followed never left. I returned to the cabin in the late afternoon, exhausted but unsettled. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, something I couldn't explain. I was about to step inside when I noticed the porch light flickering. It wasn't the wind or anything mechanical. The light was flickering like it was struggling to stay on. I paused, staring at it, and then heard it again. The tapping. This time it was coming from beneath the cabin, from the ground. I felt the blood drain from my face. I couldn't explain it, but my gut told me something was very, very wrong. I couldn't stay here any longer. That night, I packed up my things, ready to leave. But as I started the car, the headlights illuminated something near the tree line. I slammed on the brakes. In the distance, I saw a figure standing there, just beyond the edge of the trees. It was tall, too tall, and still as a statue. I couldn't make out its face, but the silhouette was unmistakable. The figure didn't move. I slammed the car into reverse and sped off, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't stop until I reached the main road, and even then, I didn't feel safe. I couldn't shake the image of that figure in the woods, standing completely still. What had it been? Was it someone out there watching me? As I drove, the road felt endless, the trees on either side closing in. I didn't look back, not once. Eventually, I made it to the nearest town and pulled into a gas station. My hands were still trembling as I filled the tank. I didn't even care to look at the time. I just wanted to leave that place behind. I never did go back to that cabin. I never told anyone about what happened, because who would believe me? Sometimes, when the wind howls late at night, I still hear that tapping. And every time I do, I remember that figure standing in the woods, waiting, watching. I don't know what it was or why it was there, but I know one thing for sure. I wasn't meant to stay in that cabin. I wasn't looking for anything extraordinary when I booked the cabin. In fact, I thought it would be a simple, quiet getaway. Just me, the woods, and the isolation I had convinced myself I needed. I'd been working too hard, and the city felt suffocating. So when I stumbled across an ad for a secluded cabin in the woods, I thought it was perfect. A few days of peace, some fresh air, and time away from everything. Just what I needed. I arrived at the cabin late in the afternoon. The drive had taken longer than I'd expected. The winding roads through the forest seemed to get narrower and more overgrown the further I went, and I had to slow down to avoid hitting branches that hung too low. The trees felt almost suffocating, crowding the road like they were trying to swallow it whole. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun was already dipping below the horizon, casting the forest in shadow. The place looked just like the pictures on the website, rustic and charming, with a stone chimney, a porch with an old rocking chair, and windows that seemed to peer out into the forest like eyes. I parked the car, grabbed my bag, and walked up to the front door. There was a small note taped to it. "Key is under the mat. Welcome to your getaway." I bent down to lift the mat and found the key just as promised. With a small sigh of relief, I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The interior smelled of old wood and dust, the kind of smell you get when something hasn't been used for a while. The place was a little more rustic than I had imagined, but it was cozy enough. A fireplace in the corner, a couple of mismatched chairs, a wooden dining table, and a small kitchen tucked off to the side. There were a few paintings on the walls, nothing particularly fancy, just landscapes and old black and white photos of nature. I set my bag down on one of the chairs, looked around, and then went straight for the kettle. I needed something hot after the long drive. As the water heated up, I wandered around, exploring the cabin. I opened the back door and stepped out onto the porch, which creaked under my weight. The woods stretched out before me, silent, still, and endless. There was something oddly unnerving about it. Maybe it was the silence, how thick it felt. Not a single bird call or rustle of leaves. The trees stood like sentinels, their dark silhouettes looming against the faint light of the setting sun. I shook off the unease and decided to unpack. As I opened the closet in the small bedroom, I noticed something strange. A worn leather journal, tucked behind a stack of old blankets. I pulled it out, curious, and flipped it open. The pages were yellowed with age, the writing faded but legible. It looked like someone had written it a long time ago. As I skimmed through the first few pages, I realized it was a log of sorts, documenting the person's time at the cabin. It was filled with mundane details: weather, activities, the occasional mention of neighbors, but towards the end, the tone shifted. The entries became erratic, almost frantic. "The noise is getting worse. I hear footsteps outside. but no one is there. Sometimes I wake up to find the door slightly open, but I know I locked it before bed. I tried to leave today, but the path was blocked. I couldn't get through. It's like the trees moved. I stopped reading, a chill creeping up my spine. I quickly shoved the journal back into the closet, feeling like I just opened a door to something I wasn't supposed to see. The kettle whistled, and I tried to focus on something else. I poured myself a cup of tea, sat by the fire, and tried to shake off the feeling of discomfort that had started to settle in my chest. Night fell quickly. The wind picked up, rattling the windows, and the cabin creaked with every gust. The silence of the forest outside only made the sounds inside seem louder. I settled into bed, pulling the thick blankets up to my chin. But sleep didn't come easily. Every little noise, the wind, the shifting of the house, kept me awake, listening. I kept telling myself it was nothing, just the house settling, just the trees swaying in the wind. But no matter how hard I tried to ignore it, there was something in the air, something wrong. At some point, I must have drifted off because I woke to the sound of scratching. I sat up quickly, heart pounding. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, but then it grew louder, more insistent, like something was trying to claw its way into the cabin. My breath caught in my throat. It was coming from the front door. I didn't move at first, frozen by fear. The sound was too deliberate, too strange. It wasn't an animal, at least not any animal I'd ever heard. It was almost like nails scraping across wood. I got out of bed, my hands shaking as I reached for the flashlight beside the bed. I crept toward the door, every step feeling like it echoed through the cabin. The scratching had stopped now, but I could still feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating. I hesitated, but then I forced myself to look out the window. Nothing, just the dark trees swaying in the wind. I exhaled, feeling foolish for letting my mind run wild. Maybe it was just a branch scraping against the house. But then, just as I was about to turn away, I noticed something strange. A shape moving in the shadows beyond the porch. It was tall, hunched over, and it wasn't moving like an animal. It was too deliberate, too human. I backed away from the window, my heart thudding in my chest. I told myself I was imagining things, that it was just my mind playing tricks in the dark. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I didn't sleep much after that. The rest of the night passed in a haze of half-sleep and uneasy waking. Every small noise made me jump, and every shadow seemed to stretch just a little too far. The next morning, I decided to leave. I couldn't take the feeling that something was wrong any longer. But when I went to pack my things, I noticed something. The front door was ajar. I knew I had locked it before bed. I was sure of it. And yet, here it was, slightly open, just enough for someone to slip in and out unnoticed. I felt the panic rise in my chest again. Had someone been inside? Had they been watching me all night? I grabbed my bag and hurried to the car, my hands shaking as I started the engine. I didn't look back as I drove away, not once. The trees seemed to close in around me, the road more claustrophobic than before. But I didn't stop. I drove until the cabin was a distant memory, the woods receding behind me. When I finally made it back to the main road, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I was safe. The cabin was behind me, but as I glanced in the rearview mirror, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, on the side of the road, standing motionless in the trees, was a figure. It was tall, hunched, just like the one I'd seen the night before, and it was watching me. I didn't think much of the cabin when I first saw it. It was secluded, yes, but it wasn't too far off from the main road. Still, the drive up to it felt long, and the trees on either side seemed to close in as I got closer. My hands gripped the steering wheel a little tighter as I passed the few signs of life. Just old, weathered houses and the occasional car on the side of the road. The place I rented was supposed to be a weekend getaway. Just me, the woods, and some peace and quiet. I wasn't expecting much, no high-end amenities or luxury. The ad had shown a small, wooden cabin with a porch that had a swing, nestled in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by trees. It was exactly what I needed. When I arrived, it looked fine. A little rundown, maybe, but nothing out of the ordinary. The wood had been painted a faded brown, and there were a couple of cracks in the steps leading up to the porch. But the door was locked, the windows seemed sturdy enough, and the place wasn't exactly falling apart. I got my bag out of the car, went inside, and set everything down. The living room was simple, just a couch, a coffee table, and a small wood-burning stove in the corner. A few mismatched chairs lined the walls, and a couple of shelves were stacked with books and old knickknacks. It had that musty, old house smell, like it hadn't been opened in a while, but the fireplace was still warm, and I figured I could make it feel cozy. The cabin didn't have any neighbors nearby, which was exactly what I wanted. The only sounds I could hear were the wind rustling through the trees and the occasional bird calling in the distance. Perfect, really. I unpacked, started a fire, and settled in for a quiet night. But after a few hours, I started noticing things. Small things, like how the light outside seemed to dim earlier than usual, how the wind picked up at strange times, shaking the trees and making the house creak. At first, I thought nothing of it, just the usual quirks of an old cabin, right? The kind of thing you get used to. It wasn't until I went to bed that night that I started feeling uneasy. The bed was small, but the sheets were soft, and I thought maybe I could finally relax. I'd been driving for hours, and the peaceful quiet of the cabin was starting to lull me to sleep. But then I heard something. It was faint at first, a soft scraping sound from outside, like something being dragged along the ground. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't a tree branch or an animal. It was methodical, slow, and purposeful. I tried to ignore it. Maybe it was just the trees creaking under the pressure of the wind, or an animal. But the noise didn't stop. In fact, it got louder. I tossed and turned, pulling the covers over my head, trying to convince myself it was nothing. But the scraping continued, came closer too. The sound moved, almost like whatever was making it was circling the cabin. My heart started to race. I thought about getting up to check the windows, but something told me not to. Maybe it was fear, or maybe it was just that gut feeling that tells you when something isn't right. I pulled myself out of bed, slowly, and moved toward the window. There was no one outside. I couldn't see anything from where I stood, but I heard it again, the scraping sound, now coming from the back of the cabin. That's when I noticed something else. There was no light outside, no moon, just darkness, complete darkness. I'd left the porch light on when I arrived, but now it was out. I hadn't heard it flicker or anything. It had just gone completely dark. I decided to check the fuse box. Maybe something had gone wrong with the power. But when I opened the door to the utility room, I froze. There was dirt on the floor. Not just dirt, but fresh, soft dirt. Like someone had been in here recently. I didn't know what to think, but my heart was pounding. I closed the door as quietly as I could and locked it again. I tried to stay calm. There had to be a reasonable explanation. I walked back to the living room, grabbed my phone, and checked for signal. Nothing. No bars. The silence around the cabin felt oppressive now. The wind had died down and everything outside felt still. Too still. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I checked the time. It was just after midnight. The scraping noise stopped for a few minutes, but then it came back, closer now, right at the window. I felt like I was going crazy. My eyes scanned the darkness outside, but I couldn't see anything. I knew I should go outside and check the perimeter, find out what was happening, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. The scraping noise continued. It was almost rhythmic now. My mind raced. There was something out there, and it wasn't just an animal. It was something deliberate. I decided I couldn't wait any longer. I grabbed a flashlight and quietly slipped out of the cabin through the back door. The cold air hit me immediately. My breath misted in the air as I stood still for a moment, listening. The scraping had stopped. I shone the flashlight around the area, scanning the ground. Nothing. The cabin was surrounded by trees, thick with branches that seemed to stretch toward the house like skeletal fingers. There was no movement.
No sounds.
Just silence. Then I saw it. A small patch of disturbed earth near the edge of the woods. It looked freshly dug up, and there were markings on the ground, footprints, maybe? They were too faint to make out clearly, but there was definitely something there. Something had been near the cabin. I shone the light around the area again, but I didn't see anything else. I quickly made my way back to the porch, my hands shaking as I reached for the door. I locked it behind me and stood there for a moment, listening. The silence felt suffocating. But then something else happened. The scraping sound started again, this time on the door. Slowly, methodically. It wasn't outside now, it was on the cabin, as if someone was dragging something along the walls. I froze. There was no way an animal could do that. It wasn't a branch. It was something else. Something human. I backed away from the door, trying not to make any noise. My heart was pounding, and I couldn't think straight. I was trapped. There was no way out. I spent the rest of the night curled up on the couch, clutching the flashlight. The scraping continued off and on, but nothing ever came of it. I don't know what I was expecting. Someone to break through the door? To see something moving in the windows? But nothing happened. The noises just faded away, and the night passed in agonizing silence. When morning finally came, I was exhausted. The sun barely peeked over the horizon, and the sky was gray with clouds. I didn't want to stay in that cabin any longer. Whatever had happened the night before, whatever was out there, I wasn't sticking around to find out. I packed up my things as quickly as I could, trying to shake the unease that had settled into my bones. When I stepped outside, I checked the ground one last time. The dirt by the edge of the woods was still disturbed, but there was no sign of any recent activity. No footprints, no sign of anything out of place. I started my car, threw it into gear, and drove away from that cabin as fast as I could. I didn't look back. When I got home, I thought I could finally relax. But as I unloaded my bags and turned on the lights inside, I saw something strange. A small, dirt-covered rock was sitting on the doorstep. It wasn't there when I left, and I knew right then whatever happened at that cabin wasn't over. It was just getting started. It started with a simple decision. A weekend away from everything. I needed to disconnect, get away from the noise of the city, and recharge. A cabin in the woods seemed like the perfect place. No cell service, no distractions, just me and the quiet. I found the cabin online. It was isolated, perched on the edge of a small forest, surrounded by towering trees. The pictures showed a rustic, wooden structure, with a stone fireplace and a porch that overlooked a tiny lake. It looked peaceful, an idyllic retreat from the chaos of life. The cabin was advertised as being remote, which was exactly what I was looking for. I wanted to be alone, to breathe without the constant hum of the city. When I arrived, I was greeted by the stillness of the woods. There was no one in sight. The cabin, though old, seemed sturdy enough. The wood creaked underfoot as I stepped inside. A musty smell hung in the air, the kind that comes with a place that hasn't been touched in a while. But it was cozy in a way that felt real. It didn't have the polished look of a rented vacation home. It had character, The place was exactly as the photos promised, but there was something about it that made me uneasy. The silence was thick, oppressive, almost. I told myself it was just the isolation. After all, who wouldn't feel a little nervous in an unfamiliar place? Far from anyone? Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I spent the first few hours unpacking, getting settled in. The cabin had a small kitchen with a gas stove, a living room with mismatched furniture, and a staircase that led to a loft bedroom. The walls were lined with old bookshelves, filled with a mix of dusty novels and strange trinkets. There was a large stone fireplace in the living room, and the sound of crackling would echo throughout the cabin whenever I fed it. The first night I was tired, so I went to bed early. The bed was small but comfortable, covered in an old quilt. I lay there, listening to the occasional creak of the cabin settling, the rustling of leaves outside. It was peaceful, but not the kind of peaceful I was used to. It was unsettling, like the calm before a storm. I woke up in the middle of the night, a feeling of dread creeping over me. The silence was suffocating, as though the world had simply stopped. I couldn't hear anything. No wind, no animals, no night sounds. Just an unnatural quiet. I tried to dismiss it as my imagination, but something inside me told me to stay alert. The next morning, I went outside for a walk. The sun was shining, casting long shadows through the trees. The forest around the cabin was dense, with thick trunks and tangled undergrowth. It felt like I was the only person for miles. I wandered for a while, trying to shake the unease I felt, but it only seemed to grow stronger the further I walked. As I passed a large tree, something caught my eye, a small clearing in the woods. At the center of it, there was an old wooden structure, half hidden by vines and overgrown bushes. It looked like a shed, but it was in bad shape. The wood was rotting, the door hanging loosely on its hinges. Curiosity got the better of me, and I walked over to investigate. The moment I stepped inside, the air grew colder. It wasn't just the temperature, it felt wrong. The inside of the shed was filled with old, decaying tools, rusty chains, and broken furniture. But what stood out the most was a large wooden chest in the corner. It was old, weathered, with strange markings carved into the surface. I approached it cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't help myself. I reached out and lifted the lid. Inside, there was nothing but dust and cobwebs. But beneath the dust, something caught my attention. A small, tattered book. I picked it up, brushing the dirt off the cover. It looked ancient, the pages yellowed with age. There was no title, just a symbol, a strange, swirling shape that seemed to move when I looked at it. I opened the book, flipping through the pages. The handwriting was messy, as though written in a hurry. There were drawings, too, disturbing images of people and animals twisted in unnatural positions. Some of the pages were torn, but enough was still legible to make my stomach churn. It wasn't just a journal. It was something more, something darker. I slammed the book shut, my hands shaking. I didn't know why, but I felt like I had to leave. I dropped the book back into the chest and hurried out of the shed, my pulse racing. As I walked back to the cabin, the weight of the book seemed to follow me. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. I tried to shake the feeling of dread, but it lingered. When night fell, I made sure to lock all the doors and windows. I didn't know why, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The silence of the forest seemed to press in on me, suffocating. I went to bed early again, but sleep didn't come easy. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle outside, had me on edge. At some point during the night, I woke up with the distinct feeling that someone, or something, was watching me. I lay still, listening. There was a faint sound outside, a soft scraping, like something dragging along the ground. I forced myself to get out of bed. My feet hit the cold wooden floor with a thud as I crept to the window. The moonlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows. There was nothing there, but the sensation of being watched didn't go away. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I grabbed the book from the shed, determined to find out what it was all about. I read more of the journal, and the further I went, the more I realized that something wasn't right. The person who had written it described strange occurrences, people going missing, animals behaving strangely, and the gradual descent into madness. Then there was the ritual. I didn't believe in such things, but the book described in great detail how to perform a ritual to gain knowledge, to see what others cannot see. The instructions were simple, but the more I read, the more I felt an overwhelming urge to do it, to complete it. I closed the book, my hands trembling. I had to know what it meant. I went outside to the shed again, my nerves on edge. The air felt different now, thick, heavy, like something was pressing down on me. I stood in front of the chest, staring at it for a moment. It seemed to call to me, beckoning me closer. I opened it once more, my heart pounding in my chest. The book was still there, waiting for me. I grabbed it, almost without thinking, and ran back to the cabin. The house felt different now, like it wasn't just a building anymore. It felt alive. I set the book down on the table and took out the things I needed. Candles, matches, and a knife I found in the kitchen. I followed the instructions as best as I could, marking the floor with strange symbols, lighting the candles in specific places, and reciting the words from the journal. As I did, the temperature in the cabin dropped. My breath came out in visible puffs. I could hear faint whispers, like voices in the distance. The shadows seemed to stretch and twist, warping around me. I was terrified, but I couldn't stop. Something inside me wanted to know, wanted to see what the book promised. Then I felt it. Something cold, something dark, wrapped itself around my chest, squeezing the air out of my lungs. Couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The whispers grew louder, filling my mind. The walls of the cabin seemed to pulse, as though it was alive, watching me. I don't know how long it lasted, but when it stopped, everything was silent again. The cabin was still. The candles had burned out. I was alone. I looked around, and for the first time, the silence wasn't suffocating. It was comforting. The oppressive feeling was gone, replaced by a strange peace. I never completed the ritual. I never needed to. I had seen enough. What I felt was real, more real than anything I had ever known. But it was over now. The book was gone, buried somewhere deep in the woods. The cabin was no longer a place of dread. I left the next morning, and as I drove away, I looked back at the cabin. It stood there, still and quiet, like it always had. But I knew better now. I had learned what I came for, and that was enough. I arrived at the cabin late in the afternoon, the sun barely hanging in the sky before it would dip behind the mountains. I had planned this trip for weeks, needed to get away from the constant noise of city life. My mind had been crowded with work, with people, with everything. I just needed some space, quiet, and solitude. The cabin, nestled deep in a forested area, seemed perfect. It was a small, rustic thing, built from logs and nestled near the base of a rocky hill. The road to get there was long and winding, the kind that made your tires bump and groan over dirt and gravel. As I pulled up, I could see the smoke rising from the chimney, which was a good sign. The place was warm, welcoming. I grabbed my bag from the trunk and walked up to the front door, which had an old-fashioned brass knocker shaped like a bear's head. The door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, there was a fireplace to the left with a stack of dry firewood beside it. The wooden floors looked worn, but everything was clean, cozy, and smelled faintly of pine. There was a large window at the back, framing the woods outside. The first thing I did was light a fire. It wasn't particularly cold outside, but the crackling warmth felt right in that old cabin. I unpacked my things, settled on the couch, and opened a book I had brought along. The peacefulness of it all was exactly what I needed. As night settled in, the cabin grew quieter. The wind picked up outside, making the trees creak and moan. I was used to this kind of isolation, but there was something about it tonight that felt different. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I shook it off. It was probably just my mind working overtime. Dinner was simple, a can of soup. I ate it slowly, savoring the silence. No one to talk to, no one to answer to, just me and the crackling fire. But as I sat there, eating, I thought I heard something. A knock, soft but unmistakable. I froze, spoon halfway to my mouth. I listened, straining to hear more. The wind outside howled, but I could have sworn I heard the tap-tap of something against the cabin. It was subtle, almost rhythmic. I set my soup down and went to the door, peering through the small window. Nothing, just the dark, empty woods. I shrugged it off. Maybe it was the wind. I didn't think much of it, but it was strange that I hadn't heard anything earlier. I went back to the couch, trying to dismiss the unease building in my chest. But soon the sound came again, this time louder. Tap, tap, tap. I stood up quickly, my heart starting to race. It was coming from the other side of the cabin, near the back, the part of the house I hadn't seen yet. Slowly, I made my way over, trying to be as quiet as possible. My breath was shallow, and my skin was prickling with that sense of being watched. I peered into the darkness beyond the window at the back. Nothing. The woods were still, the trees swaying gently in the wind. I turned around to go back to the front of the cabin, but something caught my eye. A shape, a figure standing just beyond the window, half hidden by shadows. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. It was a man, dressed in dark clothes, standing stock still and staring at the window. He didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there. I backed away slowly, my mind racing. Who the hell was he? What was he doing out there in the woods? I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to run, but I knew that would just make things worse. I grabbed the fireplace poker, holding it tightly in my shaking hands. The man outside hadn't moved an inch. I stood there, watching him, my heart hammering in my chest. After what felt like an eternity, the figure finally turned and disappeared into the trees. I waited for a few more moments before cautiously stepping away from the window. What was that? I couldn't understand it. It wasn't like I had seen someone approach the cabin. No sounds, just silence. And now, whoever it was had vanished without a trace. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The cabin, which had once felt so safe, now seemed cold, foreign. The walls seemed to press in on me. I paced around for hours, peering outside, making sure no one was lingering out there. The rest of the night passed in a blur. Sleep never came. I kept hearing noises, cracks of branches, the shifting of leaves, but no one was there. It wasn't until the first light of dawn broke through the trees that I felt even a hint of relief. The next morning, I decided to leave. I packed my things, determined to get out of there as fast as I could. The cabin, for all its charm, had become something else, something dark and unsettling. As I drove away, I couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror. For a second, just a second, I thought I saw something moving in the trees, a shadow. I pressed my foot on the gas, never looking back.